I am realizing that I did not get to say that, but I will reintroduce what is this incredible event here today. It is Intel's Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. My name is Oliver Bash, joined alongside by the Ben K. And Ben, it has been a while since you and I got to join each other in the booth, but what a better day than here on this lovely Sunday with a $10,000 contract on the line with Intel. We have got quite the show for us today. How you feeling, my guy?
Dude, it's great to be back in the booth. It's been a minute. Now we're in Chapter 5. It's great to see you back in Fortnite, man. I've been hanging out waiting, just waiting for Bass to come back in so we can get a show going. And we've got a solid one here today. Some zero build action, which is, of course, close to my heart and near and dear to me. But we've got some serious prizes on the line as well for these players and a pretty solid roster that we're going to break down here in just a moment.
Oh yeah, we've got so much going on here today. For those that are a little bit curious about what is happening, we're going to talk about the format in just a second, but here's how you can get through the format, if you will. Again, 5 total games played here today, all of which are going to be zero build, and the thing is that you've got a couple different ways that you can win this here event. Placement, obviously, is going to be one of the biggest ones here, as you can get 20 points off the bat just for getting first place, a 7-point drop-off afterwards for second place at 13, and then 10 for third. After that, as you can see, it just kind of falls place by place. Fourth getting 6, fifth getting 5, but it's those elims that are going to also make a difference. 2 points per elim means that there's going to be a lot more to play for than just the win. As Ben, we actually have other things that are going on here today besides just winning this $10,000 CAD contract with Intel here as a gaming influencer. We also have some other things that not only you guys at home can win, but the participants in this tournament can win as well, including we've got a PC we are giving away here today, Ben, to the player with the most eliminations. They will get an Intel-powered Armory gaming PC, and on top of that, as you can see, there's a couple other things you guys can win as well. And these are the people for both the tournament and you at home. We've got a social media giveaway going on as well. All participants who create and share the 5 required Intel-related social media posts will be entered into a random draw for a chance to win an Intel-exclusive prize pack. Participants can earn 1 additional entry by creating and sharing a video promoting the Intel Next Gen Rumble. As you can see, it comes with a processor, a graphics card, and if you at home would like to win a graphics card as well, crazy thing is, all you gotta do is watch the broadcast. As long as you are a verified viewer here, you'll have a chance at a Sparkle Intel Arc A750 Titan OC Edition. Look at the 3 fans on that bad boy, Ben.
It's looking beefy, and man, let's go back to the scoring, right? Let's break it down just a little bit more. On top of all those fabulous prize pools, right? We just talked about it just a second ago. Zero builds, near and dear to my heart, but it's gonna be solos this time around. We're used to seeing duos, at least in this chapter so far, so nice to get some solo action on the zero build stage. Of course, in Battle Royale, it's going to be 5 games where you're gonna be able to be awarded points, eliminations, and placement cumulatively. And of course, the winner with the most points will be crowned the winner after all 5 games. And man, it was 20 points for Victory Royale, 2 points per elimination. So I cannot lie to you, Bass. It's looking like it's going to be an elimination-heavy format for these players at home. So they're going to have to make it count. Those aggressive play styles are going to be very much rewarded.
Oh, absolutely. Like we said, it's not just the fact that you're going to be able to win technically a $10,000 contract, but it's the fact that you can also win a PC on top of that. And it's also the fact that we got a lobby of varying different players here today, Ben. Everybody from popular content creators that you guys at home might know to professional players who are signed to organizations, literally everything in between will be participating here today. So that means get ready. You might see some of your favorite creators and players just start to frag out at the beginning of these games. If they get into these lobbies and they go headhunting, who knows what could happen, as there's so many talented players here. And like you said, with eliminations not only giving you points, but entering you into a sort of, I would say, coinciding contest that's going on here alongside the contract. There is so much to play for, Ben.
Yeah, there's so much on the line, so many factors that are unknown. And like you mentioned, right, there's some really awesome players that are competing today. Some professionals, some content creators, a mixture, the best from both worlds. You got to have them out here. And on a zero build stage like this, in a solos game mode, it's only going to be you and yourself out there on the battlefield. But Bass, I hear we have some interesting insight here with one of our players that we're going to get to take a look at here. If you want to bring them in.
Sure, I think we have this lined up.
My name's Shrike, and I've been streaming over on Twitch since December of 2014. I love FPS games, and we do a lot of community games over here. And probably the most exciting thing that's happened was I got raided by Tim the Tapman back in 2020. I'd say back in 2014, first time I ever watched Twitch was around Christmas time. I saw some people playing Call of Duty, making money, and I was like, you could play a game, do what you enjoy, and also make money on the side and share your experience with everybody. I thought that was pretty cool. So that got me interested into it. I was super competitive in Call of Duty, just loved search and destroy, playing with my buddies like all weekend, every weekend. For sure. Ever since I was a kid, I always played, the Game Boy games, some Pokemon and stuff like that. Got my first gaming console was a GameCube, and I loved a James Bond game. That was the first shooter I ever played, and I got addicted to that. Always played split screen with my siblings, and then one day I saved up for a PC when I was in university. I had to get it for some schoolwork, but Counter-Strike took over, and I played CS:GO religiously, probably every day, every spare minute I had. And from there, I just kept on moving over to the newest FPS game. I'd say a big thing that differentiates me as a content creator is I'm very community-based. Most of the time I play, I'm always inviting viewers to come in and play, regardless of skill level, if they're good or not. I've kind of toned it back competitiveness, and I'm just kind of looking for more of those good times with viewers and friends, just trying to have those interactions where we can both enjoy our games together and have a laugh. Oh, it's been long time favorites since the beginning. It's been Shroud, day one. He was one of the first guys I ever watched on Twitch. He grew up in Toronto, not too far away where I used to live. And Nade Shot, Call of Duty was probably my biggest console game I ever played, and followed him all the way back from him talking about him McDonald's days. And then as I got more into streaming, Tim the Tapman. When I try to connect with my community, I just make sure before I jump in that stream, I just already have a plan in mind, and if it's feeling energetic and feeling like it's a good day, I just make sure I get those messages out, letting people know we're gonna jump in viewer game, and people to jump in and have some fun. Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people that have reached out in my community. My best advice is start as a hobby, do it on the side, and make sure you just keep that full-time job you have going, or keep your education going. And if you thoroughly enjoy it, and you can start to make some money, and you can start cutting back on other aspects in your life, and just make sure that you're pumping out content and working outside of streaming. For sure, I'd say, yeah, the biggest thing was just not getting in your head. There's a lot of ups and downs in this industry, and as long as I continue to make friends throughout the journey, that was the most important part. I feel like content creation, it allows people to kind of all just meet at a middle point, regardless if you're competitive or you're casual. We see a lot of pro players now coming and streaming also at a more casual level, so I feel like the content creation just shows that there's lots of paths you can take. I feel like my community played a big role in my creative process, because they've given me a lot of feedback, if it's positive or negative. New games can't come out, and yeah, they just give feedback, and which led to sponsorships with companies hosting servers, making community servers to share games with, like Enshrouded, one of the new ones that just came out there, having community servers and stuff like that. Yeah, I think the biggest part for community that I could actually think of now is back when I used to do 10 mans on CS:GO. Everyone was super excited for that. I'd always get messages, usually like Wednesday, Thursday, asking if they can jump in for the Friday matches. So I saw all the positive feedback, and that made me super excited to look forward to those weekend kind of mini tournaments we did with each other. I feel like it comes down to personal preference. Some people love one game and they're going to stick with that game die hard. I have a lot of buddies that stream that love Counter-Strike. It's the only game they play. And all these new games came out like Valorant, and they stuck with it. And I've seen them still have success. So I feel like you don't have to jump around and ride the waves and the trends. Just do what you're passionate about. And if you're having a good time, your viewers will be able to tell. And it's going to just encourage them to have a good time. Don't feel pressured to just jump around and play everything that the biggest names are playing. Because if you're not having fun, no one's going to want to be there watching.
We're back yet again. We just heard from Shrike, one of the players here today, but they are only one of a large list of participants that we have here, Ben. 90-plus players have signed up for this tournament for the chance at that $10,000 contract, the chance at the PC, and the chance at so much more. While Shrike will be one of the players to watch, I'm curious, who do you have your eye on as we get ready for game number 1?
And working my way down the list, there's a lot of names that pop out to me. It's got to be Tarif, it's Sharkman, it's Dom, of course. I mean, there are some long-time players I know both of us are very familiar with, one of which is Nevify, man, a collegiate all-star, one could say. And to see him out here today competing, representing, out from Canada, it's great to see. Nevify, I mean, to be honest, man, I'm not going to call predictions quite yet, but he's definitely up there in my top 3 to do well today.
Oh, yeah, we've got a couple of different organizations that have had some players sign up for this one. WTJ, 2AM, a couple of different people who have all signed up and have gotten their players into this event in order to try and participate. To be honest, I'm kind of with you looking at Nevify. He's probably one of the front runners on this one. Not only has he had extreme success within the collegiate background where you and I come from, but even as a professional player, he has done pretty dang well as well. There's a lot of good players here today, though, and a couple of players that are also some content creators I want you guys to pay attention to as well. We've got people such as formerly LG Pac-Man is going to be here as well. We've got a lot of really cool people who are all going to be participating in this tournament today, but like we said, only one of them can walk away with that Intel contract, $10,000 CAD on the line. It's kind of crazy to think about that. At the end of this day, someone will go from a content creator or a player to an Intel content creator. That step up is quite something, and well, it's right around the corner. Like we said, we've got round 1 of 5 here today. 5 total games. And Ben, I'm curious, as the both self-proclaimed and actual zero-build expert here, for those that don't know, Ben won $50,000 off of this. He's a really good player. What would be your recommendations to these players coming into this first match?
It's funny you mention it, because it was zero-build solos, and there's not a lot of zero-build solo events, which is what makes it so interesting, right? There's not a lot of practice for these guys that are coming out today to compete. And when it comes down to it, especially looking at the format, right? I touched on it just briefly before we got to see that interview. It's a very elimination-heavy format. 20 points for a victory royale is not a lot of points. If you're looking at zero build, it's very easy to pick players off. If you pull a zone and you hang out in a bush for a little bit longer, players rotating out with no bunkers, you can pick up a high number of eliminations very, very quickly. So I think it's going to come down to the teams that are fighting over forecast towers, the ones that plot out their drop spots a little bit more, and the ones that are a little bit more confident in taking fights, the ones that aren't going to shy away and try and just focus on placement, because that's just not going to be enough to take on that first place spot.
On top of that, it's also the sort of differences within skill levels that we're going to see here today. Like we said, we've got players who play Fortnite professionally, who are literally here competing for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of prize pools. And then we've also got players here who are either content creators or just signed up because they want to try and compete. With that such insane variance in levels between all of the different players here, you could see those eliminations become extremely prevalent at the beginning of these games, when you do have those more experienced players drop into hot zones, drop into POIs, and immediately look to get as many eliminations as they can rack up. So like you said, if a good player drops into a POI where maybe some players aren't expecting it, all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eliminations, that's 10 points, half of the amount you would get from a victory royale alone. So yeah, strategies are going to be crazy here today. You are going to see some players that come in very hot and heavy, ready to take every single fight that they find, and you may have some players that really do look to play for those later zones. Again, it's zero build. This is where this gets interesting, especially with the metas as they have been lately. These end game fights are going to last a while.
Yeah, and there's so much to take into account, especially. And I think one thing I want to focus on is going to be the off-spawn drops. These players have a lot of options in the map right now, especially coming into Chapter 5. It's the first season on a new map, so everyone's still trying to feel out the new drop spots. But the two that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on are Lavish Lair and Fencing Fields. Lavish Lair being home of the Mythic AI that's over there. Going to go ahead and drop them the Mythic variant of the Frenzy Auto Shotgun, one of the most powerful weapons in all of Zero Build right now. I'm interested to see who drops there and how many players drop there, because it's going to prove well for racking those eliminations in the late game.
The issue is that if you do drop there and all of a sudden one of those AIs, those bosses start to try and fight you and you get third party while trying to go for those mythic weapons, that's going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's the risk you have to run here. With so much money on the line, so many different prizes, it's really going to be interesting to see how these players start this off, which I believe should be happening in just a couple seconds here. I think we're about ready to get into our first game. Reminder again for all of you guys at home who are watching this one, it is 5 total games we'll be playing here today. For each of them, if you can get a victory royale, that is 20 points to yourself, plus 2 points per elimination that you are able to find throughout all of the games. And with the 2 contests that we have going on for our players right now, meaning that they are not only going to be dropping in and playing for that contract, but also the most eliminations out of any of the teams, Ben, I think I'm ready. I hope you are, because the players seem like it. It looks like we're ready to hop off the battle bus and into game number 1.
We're dropping straight in here. A little bit of a split drop selection here, just on the outside of fencing fields, closer to Snooty Steps, but regardless, we'll still get some action into the mix straight off the rip here. And this is where the solo game mode is really going to start to take a toll on a lot of these players' mentality, right? It's game 1. It's out of 5. It's not a lot of games to make something happen, and especially where first place is what they're going to be gunning for, you have to make sure you come out hot, and you don't want to be going down off spot.
No, you really do not. You need to make sure that you are playing each of these games very carefully, because like we said, there's multiple different contests that are going on all at once. You can't really afford to have a bad game here, not for your points, not for your eliminations, not for any of the different things that these players are competing for. And as we hop into game number 1, it does kind of seem like it's a little bit quiet, at least for now. Not too much happening with the player we're currently observing, but I don't necessarily know if that's going to stay this entire time. Ben, you and I have seen enough zero build battles to know that occasionally you get these games where it's a little bit quiet, but as soon as the chaos does hit, oh, it hits hard.
And we're going to look at it. I mentioned Lavish Layer, but here's fencing fields. These players are just going to rotate over and trying to secure themselves some of this loot off spawn. And again, this is where you're trying to find some of those medallions, or you try and take a different approach and try and just play out placement for a little bit off spawn and try and stay quiet.
Looks like we got a couple players trying to stay a bit quiet here, but as we switch from POI to POI, we're going to start to see the chaos will indeed erupt. Players will continue to get into these close combat fights. So right now, we're not quite seeing that, though. Again, quiet here on the outskirts of the map, as we do have one of the vaults being looted, at least early on here from this player. And again, it's kind of what all of these early games are going to look like. Either we're going to have these really, really intense battles for POIs, in particular for the medallions that you talked about before, or you'll have players like this who try to go to more remote locations, try to stay away from other players, and focus on placement alone. So far, we haven't seen too many of these fights, though. It seems like most people are opting for the little bit of a more passive approach, which, again, can't really be all too surprised. It's game 1. Some of these players still do need to kind of warm up.
And again, it's a first game, right? You have first game jitters. And everyone's just trying to play out for as long as they can. And this is one of my favorite drop spots, personally, the drone factory. Just outside of fencing fields, there's a lot of loot to go around, a lot of these flow berries and these drones flying around with some high-level loot for them. And beyond that, there's a lot of rotation capabilities. You have multiple medallion POIs close by where you can start the third-party fights, maybe rotate in when the rest of the players are still fighting for scraps, and it leaves you with a big advantage. But you see another player lurking on the outside. Maybe they see some of these audio cues from the player just below. Have to imagine that there's something there.
Nothing really happening too much so far here. Again, it's been a pretty passive lobby. We've got 12 players that have dropped so far, but it's going to start to get a little bit more chaotic, as it does seem like we've got our first zone pull just a couple of seconds here. As the storm chases players further and further into this map, it's going to be closer and closer fights, and it'll be required ones. Again, you can lurk at the beginning if you want to play passive, if you want to try to hide. Power to you. The issue is, you don't get to keep that strategy the entire time. Eventually, you will be faced with a firefight that you have to take. And although we haven't really seen that for any of the players we have watched so far here, Ben, you and I both know this piece can only last for so long.
And eventually things will start to ramp up. But for now, everyone's taking their time to loot up. And you can start to see there in the elimination feed, Nevify falling early. No options there. Another one of those players that I was keeping my eye on and honestly thought could take home the entire championship itself. But you have to think, man, someone so confident like Nevify, you bite off more than you can chew off spawn, you get sent back to the lobby.
The unfortunate reality is that no matter what, even if you are one of the most proficient players in all of Fortnite, it's hard in a solos game here. It's not necessarily the typical game mode that is used in Zero Build. It's not even really the necessarily typical game mode that we see in most of professional Fortnite. Usually these players are more adjusted to having somebody to back them up. If you go down, okay, you can get res, you can get back up, and you keep on fighting. In a solos game like this, though, you go down, you don't get another shot. That's it. That's all you've got. So for Nebify, despite being probably one of the most proficient players in this lobby, sometimes luck is just kind of against you. Same with News there. That's another one of those players we talked about before with a professional experience behind them who are unfortunately going down early here. Only 20 players gone. We still got 2/3 left of this lobby.
It's falling fast, and again, we talked about how that aggressive play style is going to be the only way to take home the championship. And it seems like everyone's on the same page as we see Sniper Monkey. No eliminations on the tally quite yet. He's looking to try and turn online, but for now, gonna camp out near the forecast tower, maybe waiting for first zone to start to close so he can find himself a forecast, and that'll go ahead and reveal the next zone for them, so it helps them out in the long run and positioning wise. Already secured themselves some porta bunkers as well as a vehicle, so that will help out in the long run, not to mention the elevated positioning and the launch pad if it decides to pull max distance. So really couldn't have asked for a better spot here in the early game.
And I think that they recognize that as well. You can really see they're setting up camp here at the top of this spot. They're just kind of looking down upon that POI towards the edge of the map. As you can see in the bottom right, Storm has bolt for them, so Sniper Monkey definitely has a good chance here of being able to take down anybody who approaches. It does look like they might have found themselves at least some fights in terms of the bots around them for right now. This actually probably isn't going to cause them problems in terms of fight. I have full faith in Sniper Monkey to win this, but you know what it does do, Ben? This puts a target on their back. Everybody's hearing these shots. I have a feeling we're going to see some enemies approach real quick.
And you can see one in the mini-map there in that bottom right corner. One coming close, but taking out the AI in quick fashion. Will give them the opportunity to go ahead and throw that card into the terminal. Will give them that forecast ability that allows them to see one zone into the future for the entirety of the game. So we'll have no issues there. But again, all these players here just trying to loot up for the time being, because when it comes down to zero build, where you might want to focus on finding eliminations as quick as possible, it does bode well for a lot of these players to just try and make it into the end game, because more often than not, the eliminations become easier and easier to get as these zones start to close. You find more and more players running out of utility, ammunition, things like that, mobility options that leave them exposed, and honestly kind of leave those eliminations a little bit easier for the taking for these players who have already established themselves in a good spot.
So far, doesn't really look like anybody's all too comfortable in their spot there. As you can see in the top left, it does seem like Sniper Monkey had found themselves a firefight and seem to have won an elimination in their favor. But for everybody else here at Reckless Railways, it kind of feels like everybody's waiting for somebody to make the first move here. We've got young Ignalai, who seems to be, I would say, looking for a fight right now. You can really see them looking around for anybody who might approach, as we do have a fight here in the Riviera, and it's a short one at that. Will QC finds themselves the elimination.
And 3 in total, and this is the kind of loadout I was looking for, Bass. This is it right here, the exact meta that you'll see across the board. The 4 porta bunkers, along with the riot shield and a frenzy auto with the grappler. You couldn't ask for better loot, which is why you see him playing so aggressively. He knows at this point in the game to have this kind of a loadout, all the other players are going to be less equipped than them, so he can just kind of play out and fight these players at his own will. But again, you see him trying to preserve the vehicle, but again, just stuck outside of the zone. It's a 1-tick, so could opt to try and reposition. But again, he knows. Go ahead and dip back into the zone. Finds the medkits and knows there's whites there. No panic at all. Plus, he's on the backside of zone, on dead side at least. So Will QC, a player to watch indeed, but now I see Sharkman in the elimination feed again. I think that might be his 3rd or 4th elimination, so Sharkman being a notorious performer in the terms of zero build as well, so I'm sure these two will butt heads in no time at all.
I have to agree with you on that one. I do want people to pay attention to this loadout. Like you mentioned, though, before, this really is going to be one of the more meta loadouts you will see throughout the day here. Having an AR or some sort of long-range weapon to be able to fight from a distance while still keeping themselves mobility items. And it's that patented shield. Like you said, that riot shield really is going to be a staple of almost every player in this lobby once we get down to those later circles, just due to the fact that it's kind of the most necessary cover you can take. Like you mentioned, porta bunkers are going to be great, but considering you can't build up around yourselves, how do you protect yourselves when out in the open? It's that riot shield. We've seen it so many times through multiple zero build events. We'll get a demonstration of how it works here. Will trying to chase down an opponent. They've got the mobility to keep up with them. Are we going to see a fight here ensue?
And we can see it. The grappler's coming out. He's trying to get some shots onto those tires to slow them down. But again, you only get 5 charges in that grappler, and they do recharge over time. But if this vehicle is used properly, you can easily outrun a grappler. And you can see it now. Will QC with no charges left, and now the player is starting to really escape. And again, this loadout, so powerful. You have that ability, that built-in pistol, along with the cover. And really what you'll see players use into these later zones is just stand out the open with the riot shield for as long as possible. And if you get tagged really hard from behind, or a player knocks you into that stun animation by taking too much shield with your riot shield out, then you'll see them throw down a bunker, trying to recuperate for a second, wait for a cooldown to go away, or pop some shield. But again, more often than not, they're just going to see them kind of walking on foot and just trying to walk players down to seek out those eliminations.
Everybody's seeking them right now. You can see Will has not given up on the fight that they have started here. It's turned into, I'd say, more of a race than it is a fight at this point, as the two players continue to chase each other in these vehicles. But part of me believes that Will has just kind of given up on the idea of chasing this player. Another part of me is just kind of thinks he's spiteful of the fact that this player has gotten away. Neither one of them doing all too much at the moment to try and fight, as... My goodness, it's like they're playing tag with these vehicles.
He's waiting for him to run out of gas.
I think so. I don't know what else he would be doing at the moment here. It's just really, again, he's tried firing with the pistol that he has with the riot shield. He's yet to pull out the AR, though. I'm wondering if he's going to start trying sometime soon.
And this is where the problem is, right? If you have the riot shield and you don't have yourself an AR, you just have the frenzy and the AR, it's hard to target the tires on these vehicles, and players can't just kind of drive and run from you infinitely because there's nothing to really slow them down and dish out some high damage from that distance. So again, you see fights just like that as the players continue to dwindle down. We'll get a look at the map here. The bottom left corner, fencing fields, ruined reels, a lot of these popular POIs where you see players opting to play more aggressively. And now you see it, the mythic AR, Yeg being the one to identify it in the inventory. Loadout, a little bit less ideal. You see him not opting to hold a riot shield for now, and this is just due to the sheer damage that this AR can push out. He already has himself some bunkers and the grappler, so the ability to reposition and hunker down for a moment. But again, players like this who don't have themselves a riot shield are going to have to sheerly rely on their ability to win fights in endgame. Otherwise, they'll find themselves back in the lobby.
The good thing is that they do have the grappler on them, so if need be, they can get out of a sticky situation, I'd say more than just a hurry, in pretty quick fashion. But again, like you said, without having that riot shield on you, you are pretty exposed if all else fails. If your mobility runs out, because like you said, the charges have to recharge, obviously, on that one. If you use up all of your porta bunkers and they are shot out, you don't have much of an option except for hoping for naturally spawn cover, i.e. looking for buildings, looking for a bush to hide in, similar to what we're seeing here out of Yeg. How is Yeg going to respond? Now it looks like they got shot from a distance, and they seem to have an idea of where from, but they don't actually have sight on the player quite yet. This is just cover fire to hopefully deter anybody from getting closer.
This is where positioning is so important. If you can find yourself one of these bushes and a spot in zone, it's really the ideal situation where you're not having to invest any of your own personal utility. Just ride out the time, wait on the next zone as the second begins to close. But now you see Will QC finally connecting on the player, being Nathan Noob. He'll find that fourth elimination. Now you see start to cycle through. No medallion in inventory, so a need for minis at this point. But most hero build players, with the addition of Overshield, like to carry big pots because minis, the main advantage of carrying them being that you can pop them quickly in a heated moment. But with the 250 total HP possible in this zero build game mode, if you're low enough to the point where you're having to pop minis, you're probably either fighting the player that's inside of your box or you're quickly booking a first-class trip into game number 2. But Will, you can see him there dropping the minis to carry the shieldfish. And again, just another indicator that Will has done his homework ahead of this competition.
And he's trying to prove that he can get some extra credit as well. Shots from a distance on this player that is trying to get uphill. Haven't hit any of them quite yet, though. Sniper, as valuable as it can be, isn't all that useful if you can't hit your shots. And Will probably at this point realizing maybe he shouldn't attract extra attention here. We're down to 26 players left. That is less than half of our lobby. And as you can see, they're starting to converge as well. The circle pushing them closer and closer to each other as time goes on. Looks like Will has noticed that there is somebody in that building down by the water. I don't think they see them. I think they're just trying to get rid of the structure for right now. Probably not the worst idea, considering the fact that those porta bunkers are so valuable individually. And oh boy, for Busy here, I'm wondering what the plan is. They have a interesting loadout, to put it simply.
We talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles just entering their way onto the island. He has himself the pizza slices and the new mythic editions. Those gonna function almost exactly like the way the old kinetic blades functioned back in chapter 4, except this time with 3 charges and a little bit faster of a recharge in itself. So to see players balance the decision between carrying the new mythics and a grapple blade, it's a hard choice. But this time around, Busy makes it simple for himself, just grabbing what he can, but he's holding on to this legendary sniper very tightly, looking to connect on a player that's close by. He knows they're there, just on the other side of the building, but nobody's really trying to peek at this point. Busy just sitting inside of the car, again, just trying to bait, see if anybody's willing to come their way. And a smart decision here, you see switching seats into the passenger rather than the driver's seat, so that the car doesn't make any noise. So there'll be no audio cues for Jazzy to know where the player is. And again, you see 6 shockwaves in inventory, and he'll try and close the distance to even catch him off guard, but he knows the vehicle's there. The EMP gonna put the vehicle out of commission, so now the fight will ensue. Both players trying to distance themselves, and they both decide to disengage. Jazzy, with such an aggressive initiation, just decides to leave it.
I'm wondering if they're just trying to scare off, because as you guys can see from the map in the bottom right, those are not the only 2 players playing within that area. So the issue is if you start a firefight, you're going to attract the attention of many other players. You are very susceptible to being third-partied at that point, so they do need to be careful here. Similarly with Gingivitis, who seems to be heading into this POI, not aware that there are others lurking for them. Cryptic seems to be aware of the idea that there are other players around them here. The question is, can they get into the zone safely, as just kind of waiting to make their move. You guys can see there is a player directly next to them. Wondering if Cryptic knows that as well. I don't think they would be this sneaky if not for the fact that they're aware somebody's lurking around them.
And they'll be really close by indeed. Maybe within the bush, I'm not even sure. Cryptic still has a nice little head peek here to peek over the top. In a good position as well, with no mobility options though, so if Zone pulls away, it's going to be a rough road for Cryptic to move along. Gonna have to hit the left foot, right foot. No other options, no vehicle, no grapple hook. Nothing there, and now you'll see it, the confirmed. Player in the bush. Chat Epic inside with now 3 players close by, and everyone has to move. 6th zone revealing itself, and it's gonna pull maximum distance.
Oh, and here's the concern we had. We knew Cryptic was going to get exposed here, and they clearly did not know about Chat. Chat knew about them and knew how to take them down. Quick 1-2, keeping themselves a decent amount of their health, and smartly putting down a bunker as well. They recognize that that player in front of them would probably turn around, or maybe they'll get into their own firefight. Row here seems to have themselves a fight. From a distance, they've got a vehicle that they're going to approach with, and maybe they shouldn't have. My goodness, the bullets fly as soon as they enter in.
And the damage is getting put down in an interesting loadout selection here. Rux doing a great job, knows that doesn't have a shotgun in inventory, so will have to take fights from distance, so immediately trying to rotate around here. Sees 2 medallions down on the map that you can see in the bottom right, positioning towards it. You can see it, finding the mythics on the floor. So many extra opportunities. Extra medallions there, which will save them the opportunity, not having to pop any shield in itself, just regenerating over time. Rux finding 1 in zone as it begins to pull. And this is where you'll see some of the IGLs that are out there in this lobby right now. They realize it's half and half zone. It's going to pull half in the zone, half into the storm, and half into the current zone itself. So a lot of open real estate starts to become available as this zone starts to move. And Rux realized this, knows that the entire lobby is only going to be on one side of him, with the 180 degrees behind being completely open field, with no need to worry about any sort of shots being fired that way.
Nobody's really firing shots for right now. You'll occasionally see a player pop up in that elimination feed in the top left, but for the most part, this is also where you start to see a little bit of a ramp down, at least for a second or 2. Apparently, Chat Epic, the player that we saw before, was not able to survive this little bit of a lull, as looks like Zone is pulling, and different players starting to get into a fight. Maybe I'll take back my words. Usually, when we get to the half and half, players are focusing more on rotating and being able to survive. We've had like 3 or 4 eliminations within the time that I have stated this, and now that we get to the next zone, doesn't really seem like the chaos has sort of lulled at all.
And everyone now moving over. You can start to see the players who didn't catch on to the meta as far as loot selection are now being punished for it. The ones who don't have those riot shields, don't have those grapple gloves, and Bachi being the one out of the 3 that we could currently see getting punished just on the top, or maybe a little bit more of a unpredictable strategy. Gonna go ahead and hop inside of the cardboard box. We'll have to see how it plays out as we enter some of these more natural areas of the map. Not really a lot of industrial area to blend in with. But Bocce talked about how we were getting kind of gunned down just a little bit on the outside of this zone. Managed to find themselves a nice little dead side rotate. Spots out one player in the bush. Trying to put some damage down. Maybe open up an opportunity to run in because he has one bunker in the inventory and knows that there's going to be other players rotating in. Just doesn't want to have to burn it this early on because once you're out of cover, you're left with no option and now forced to burn it. One player still inside the bush, and the shockwave is up, or they're trying to close it out, and you see it. The aggressive shockwave, regardless, sends them straight back into the cover. They've now traded places, leaving the other player at a disadvantage, getting shot in the back, and they're eliminated. In turn, Bocce trying to go over the loop, but realizes the other player's already pushed over and still putting down shots into the bush. Connects on enough. Rux finding another two.
That might be the best play we have seen so far. Bocce, credit where it is due, basically switched places with a player that was in that bush and then assumed their position. The issue is they couldn't figure out if they wanted to keep the fight going or maybe try to hide under the cover of said bush there. In my opinion, they probably should have. They already had used their porta bunkers. They needed to heal up, but continuing to attract attention to them by firing shots out of the bush. Ben, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure as soon as that shockwave went down, everybody who had eyes on Bocce's was bamboozled and didn't know where they had moved. Unfortunately for them, I think that's an opportunity squandered. They probably should have stayed a little bit quieter. Good example, Sharkman here, not biting off more than they can chew. They know they're surrounded.
He's in a good spot here, not too far of a rotate ahead of them. But again, Sharkman, probably one of the most impressive resumes in this entire competition. So no surprise to see him now into the top 10. As we see things start to ramp up here, Sizzy in this lobby putting shots down. And this is where the Riot Shield is so powerful in protecting yourself to adhere and play a little bit more defensively. But again, still not a great option to play offensively from distance. And there you see the drawbacks. Rooks finding their 5th elimination in the end game. We talked about how you can play aggressive in the mid game. You can show how capable you are at taking these fights. But if you're caught out for even just a moment, you could get punished. And Rux is taking advantage and showing out this late game prowess. And you can see, again, now the upgrades has himself the Mythic AR and a Riot Shield and 3 bunkers to boot.
Oh, Rux just got lucky on 2 different occasions there. They might not keep the luck, though, as all of a sudden they've got a hot drop on top of them, having used those bunkers almost immediately. Ben, I know you saw it, and I know everybody else saw it, as Rux continues to find fight after fight. 6 health, no health, they're gone. Honestly, they should have been eliminated earlier on that one. They used the launch pad, player was on them. Afterwards, that car that drove at them probably could have bopped them into the storm had they had hit them, but they didn't think too much about that. Now, I have to say, Maxo probably at the front, multiple mythic weapons on them. They are in a great position with only 7 players left, and there goes Sharkman, our elim leader for the lobby.
And you see Maxo there, another player who loves his zero build game mode, showing out in all the victory cups this season with probably the most aggressive loadout in this lobby. But the 2-piece, Trout, Smallman, both picking up eliminations and trading through. And now one player swinging in to pick up all the goodies.
Artix has some goodies on them, but nothing to protect them and nothing to heal them. The 54 health, technically 104 with the overshield that they have now total, is pretty much the maximum they will get unless they can find an elim, pick up their loot, and immediately heal up. But Ben, that's easier said than done considering how many players are in this lobby, and they've got no porta bunkers. If they want to try and protect themselves and take the time to heal up, they either need to find another one or find a natural spawning structure that they can work with. Good example here, Smallman now has the front side of the zone. Everybody's going to have to pull towards them, and with that mythic shotgun in hand, they can blast anybody who dares try to fight them, or maybe just use the AR. Shots from a distance here as somebody pulls up behind them. 2 vehicles have now approached to try and take that front side of the zone. Unfortunately for Smallman, I think he has given them said front side of the zone. They now need to move, and they'll do so quickly, but shots from everywhere hitting them.
And now you see this is where the Riot Shield starts to come into play, but Smallman's aggressive loadout will cause them to be eliminated. Arctic's in the tree, going down to zone. It'll be a 1v1 situation to close the game, and it'll be IGN and I picking it up. 3 eliminations in the game 1 victory royale.
Props to Ignali. We saw them very early in that game. They were playing a more passive approach. They were waiting for their fights, and you can tell it paid off. Only 3 total eliminations throughout that game, but they waited until the perfect moment to start getting in those fights. We saw it. Multiple players that tried to be aggressive with their movements, get to the front side of zone before anybody else approached them, and all that it did during a moving zone was expose them. They stuck into the bunker. As soon as they stuck there, shots rang from every single angle, and Ben, it was the players who played patiently that won there. You might be able to get some elimination points, but that 20 points we saw to our Victory Royale winner, it's got to feel good here in Game 1.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever, man. And they played it perfectly, right? Every one of those final moments, and people are realizing you got to hide for yourself one of these mythics or a grapple, play out, and you're just recycling bunkers. Most of these players are trying to hold on to them and reserve them for as long as possible, and the players who are scared to use them are the ones that are gifting them to you, who are playing aggressive in the late game, and he played out super well there, took an interesting position to try and play out, and capitalized on it.
Look, I got a saying that I say, and I think a lot of people probably know this one as well. Use them or lose them.
Yep.
Unfortunate reality is there that if you're just trying to spam bunkers or wait till the perfect time, all you're going to do is leave yourself more exposed. Again, we talked about this zero build. Without the ability to build yourself structures, you need some sort of protection, whether that is the riot shield, porta bunkers, a grappler, just to be able to move from location to location. Heck, we even saw people using the vehicles as a source of cover in the end of that game. And the unfortunate reality is, if you're not utilizing every single tool at your disposal, it's gonna be problematic. And Ben, we saw that from multiple of the players here throughout this game. Again, a lot of chases like this. Sniper Monkey, one of those players we had to watch early on, but this is what we mean. Use those bunkers in the right way. You might just be able to win a fight.
And he played it so well, right? Taking it off angle, closing it out. You have to take it and commit to these engagements, because once you're in it, there's no way out of it. Just like this, Will QC having the jump on this player within the bush is what yielded those eliminations. And again, small man, the one to do so many big things in that end game. It's all about timing, swooping in, finding himself 2 mythic items and 3 medallions is what kept him up into the top 3 and secured so many of these placement points, which are so crucial in those final moments.
These final moments really did turn into chaos. We talked about it. Half the lobby was gone before we even got to, I think, our 3rd or 4th zone. But after that, my goodness, these close quarters combats were just everything for every player. And it was also this. We saw a lot of this. Again, players who were just not observant of the 360. Rue, unfortunately, here tried to be as observant as possible, but those initial engagements, when they used the launch pad, immediately got fired upon. When they went in between bunkers here and found more problems. This is why we talk about you need to be strategic with your covers. If you get too aggressive, like Small Man did here, trying to take the front side of zone early, it's only going to expose you. Credit where it's due, though. Small Man did try their best, just unfortunate rotation for them.
And it sucks because Veneer there hitting so many crucial shots, and they swooped in, took out the last cover. Ignali being the one player in this lobby that you would think didn't have the great positioning, being stuck out, basically just trying to swim and doggy paddle out in the middle of the water, was the one who picked up the VR, swooped in right at the right moment while everyone else was trying to fight for the one bunker in the zone, and won the game, giving them those extra jumping points and the extra elimination. So power to them. Now you see zero build. Timing is everything. And now, if you got eliminated early in that game, I hope you guys hopped into the broadcast. Check out and see what some of these other players are doing, because these strategies are going to be the same game after game. It's just how you play in the moment.
Well, we're going to have to find out, can they play the same sort of caliber in the next couple of games? Your warm-up is out of the way, but that does not mean that the competition is going to get any easier from here on out. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Game 2 of 5 here for the Intel Next Gen Rumble. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. SZN with the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. And it's myself, Oliver Bass, joined alongside by none other than Ben K. I think I'm pointing. Is this the right way? Yes,
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
the right way this
Yeah,
time.
you got
We'll
it.
take that. And we've had a couple of players that have gone the right way. Game number 1 was, I feel like I've used the word chaotic too many times today. You got another adjective to describe this one, Ben?
Explosive. That's a good one. I like that one. Shocking. Talk about shockwaves. I don't know, whatever you want to use, man. But regardless, twists and turns of Zero Build are always fun to follow. And what's great is we've got 5 games of action with 4 more to go, and no game is the same. We're gonna see different zones. We're gonna see different plays, and we're about to get into action here soon, man. I'm just excited to see that leaderboard.
I'm excited to see the leaderboard. I'm hoping it's about ready here. We got to make sure that we tabulate all of the different things that happen in Game 1. Because, again, like we mentioned before here, it's not just the players competing to be able to get the most points in a lobby to secure themselves that $10,000 Canadian contract with Intel. It's also the other thing that they're competing for here. That elimination leaderboard is going to be important here today, Ben, with that incredibly souped-up PC on the line for whoever gets the most eliminations out of this. There are multiple things that these players are playing for, and it is no surprise to see that Game 1 turned into a little bit of both there. We saw players that were implementing a careful strategy to get to those later circles, to get themselves a decent amount of points off of placements, while we also saw players who were racking up at least 5 eliminations before we even got halfway through the lobby. So it's getting chaotic. Game 2 is probably going to look pretty similar, but Ben, at the moment here, I don't know if there's a sound strategy for any of these players yet.
It's difficult, right? Because you saw, right? The players who've been playing the Victory Cups in game for a while now, they know that the meta is generally the Frenzy Auto with a Riot Shield, but in a lobby like this where it's solos, you're a lot more split from players, where maybe there's not as much utility to go around. You saw basically just scraps of bunkers here or there, but really no lump sum, no stacked loot players really in that end game. You can play aggressively, rock a couple extra weapons, or you can try and run the Riot Shield. I think it's just time and place for the most part for these players. Just test things out and hopefully find a rhythm as we get into the back half of games.
Well, before we take a look over at that leaderboard and show you guys who's in the lead right now, why don't we look at exactly what these players are playing for? We've mentioned them a lot here tonight, the different prizes that these guys can compete for, but here are the 4 different categories that we've got. Obviously, the grand prize of the tournament, as we've spoken about all day today, is a $10,000 Canadian contract to be a gaming influencer for Intel. This is by far the biggest prize that we've got here today, but the reality is you've got other things to compete for. Like we also said, most tournament eliminations will win that incredible Intel-powered Armory gaming PC. Let's just go through real quick what is in this PC so that y'all at home really understand what you're competing for. Intel Core i9 14900K. That's a powerful processor right there. A GeForce RTX 4080 Super. This is my job. I work in casting for a living, and that's a better graphics card than I have. 64 gigabytes of DDR5, 2 terabytes of NVMe SSD, a Z790 motherboard, and AIO liquid cooling. Ben, I think we would both love that PC.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and I'll shoot my address into the Gen chat in the Discord. Just somebody send that my way. I'll be waiting for it, you know. That's pretty much the only way that I'm going to be able to get my hands on one, is just asking nicely, because I know these players out here would absolutely just wipe my face into the floor. Because, dude, and beyond that, man, social media championship, take home some Intel i9 14900K processors, an ARC A770 graphics card on top of that, and a viewer giveaway for another graphics card. Dude, there is so much stuff up for grabs today, whether you're a competitor or a viewer. In one way, shape, or form, get involved in the chat and get on board, man, because we're in for a ride.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line here and a lot more left to play. Like we mentioned, this is only round 2 of 5 that we've got going on here today. Our first game was chaotic. It was crazy, but it was also the first game of the day where that's usually going to happen. You're going to watch players that warm up, get a little bit more comfortable with the way that they are playing, and then game 2 is where we really start to see those strategies come out. In particular, I want to pay attention to some of the players that didn't exactly live up to expectations in match 1. We're now going to look at the second game as a redemption arc. In particular, Ben, it's a player that we spotted and talked about literally before the show even began. It's Nevify, who was out in, what, like 50th place?
Yeah, very early on. And yeah, we can take a look at the scoring and kind of compare to the play style that Nevify brought to the game, right? With 20 points per victory royale and 2 points per elimination, Nevify, being a longtime competitor, saw this format and knew it's going to be elimination heavy. I'm going to have to get aggressive, and dropped a little bit too hot, falling very early on there, taking some fights during the mid game, and gets sent back. And you'll have to find that balance. With only 4 games remaining, you don't have a lot of time to make up ground. So Nevify, being someone that I thought was going to perform very well, gonna have to make some small adjustments and then play out from the rest of it, because 2 points per eliminations, you can look, I think the highest number of elims that we saw in that last game being 5, that's an extra 10 points. That's 50% of the points that you're getting for a victory royale just for 5 eliminations. I've seen players leave with 10 plus off spawn.
I mean, we've seen players leave with 10 plus off spawn, but then we also see the repercussions of that. Again, you paint a target on your back big and red enough, somebody's going to take a shot at the bullseye. And unfortunately, for some of the players that we saw in that last one, like Sharkman, like Nevify, who got those eliminations early, heck, Will QC, another one of those players that we saw who had 3 or 4 eliminations by the time we got to the midway mark, they were taken out because of it. So, if you want to compete for that PC, if you want a chance at that elimination leaderboard prize, okay, makes sense. But if you're hunting for that contract, or if you're hunting for both, you need to find the middle ground. There is a silver lining somewhere in that cloud that you continue to hold on to, but you need to at this point. I'll say this, we're only in game 2. By the time we're into game 3 or 4, that's where I would start to get a little bit worried for some of our players who haven't lived up to expectations. Here in game 2, like we said, this can be a redemption. This can be your correction to get you back onto the right track, to stay in contention for those eliminations, to stay in contention for that $10,000 contract, to really just keep yourselves in these games. And I'm hopeful that we're going to see that here in game 2 for a lot of the leaders that we currently have. So, I don't know, Ben. I'm hopeful that we get to see similar action in game number 2 here. I'm also hopeful that we get to see some of our, I'd say, not as quality players in game 1 step it up here in game 2 and give us a real run for our money.
Yeah, and we do have some insight as well for you at home. We have a nice little video to run for you guys from PV2, so check it out.
My name's Kinnan. I play mostly Fortnite and scary games with like some close online friends that I have. I have a very small circle. I've had a total of 8 concussions, and I play hockey as a little side hobby. I got into content creation because I had like I don't know, everyone has that dream to do something, and mine was like YouTube and stuff, and just to push for social media and just trying to like get that recognition, I guess. And then I worked really hard for like 6 years straight, and then I ended up deleting that YouTube channel, and I restarted, and then now I'm at like 1 million subscribers on YouTube, so it's like a big milestone. But it's I don't know what made me do it. It was just I just wanted to like help people, because that's mostly what I do like on my channel, is just help people in general. So that's kind of just what I aim to do. Basically, I remember when I was a little kid, I would always go and hang out with my auntie and my uncle, and they'd always have their PlayStation in the basement or Xbox, and I'd play Call of Duty. That's where I mostly started, was Call of Duty, and then it drifted into like just NHL games for hockey, and then it just went back into Call of Duty, and then it was working on social media, and then went into Fortnite, and that came out in 2017. It was probably my uncle who got me into video games, because we're both just huge gaming nerds, I guess. I have a huge social media following, and I don't like to gather an ego and leave people in my past. I like to bring my friends up with me. The difference between me and other creators is the fact that I just like to give things to people and just make people feel good, or just like when they least expect like something, like just a gift or something, or just something from me. It's just random, and it just makes them feel good. And I like seeing people happy. A lot of other people don't really like to see that. Well, my top 3 probably are, I think everyone knows, it's the Vanoss crew. Like, that was like the main one I would watch growing up. And then one would be just one of my closest friends that just does YouTube in general, which is Evoke. I would probably say the final would just have to be Fortnite, like their official YouTube page, because I don't watch much people, but that's like just the top 3, I'd say. I have Twitter, I have Instagram, I have all that stuff. Whenever I live stream, I always tell everyone if they're like struggling or need to talk or stuff like that, they could always reach out, as long as they're not, asking me for a Fortnite gift. That's like the only thing I don't want to be asked about whenever I'm messaging someone. And it's kind of just like just be you, I guess. Like just do what you want to push for. Don't let anyone else change your perspective or mind on what you want to pursue. My advice if you're getting into content creation is to be consistent, be honest, and try to help out anyone, especially if someone is trying to like come up with you or like be a part of that friend group with you. Always do it, but it's all about just being consistent and just respectful towards others and honest. When I started to do YouTube and I actually started getting numbers and stuff and get fans, it just kind of was like I can do this, anyone can do this, because it was just a huge motivation, a huge motivator every day. Like I'd wake up some days, I'd be tired, I couldn't even like be like, oh, I can't even stream today, but then I just had that thought in my mind, be like, well, that person would be right today if you don't stream and try today. So that's kind of where all the motivation, everything comes from. So before COVID, video games were pretty shamed upon, in my opinion. Gaming, I just found out, like, I found it as just, it wasn't as popular. But then when it came to during COVID and after COVID, gaming just had a huge skyrocket because everyone was stuck at home playing video games and stuff. So they found a passion and a love for it that they never even knew they had. I'm very close with my community. I like to remember everyone's names and remember how people act, if they're in like a joking way or like if they're just straight up people or you don't want to say the wrong thing in front of them. Like I try my best to make sure I value every single person. Honestly, I just know for a fact because like mostly what I'm mostly known for just giving a lot of things away in Fortnite, like from the item shop and stuff. So I just basically, I see someone else trying to do it, I just know in my mind like I almost have like a world record set for most gifts. I've been gifting for almost like 5 years, 4.5 years. So like I'm very keen on certain things when it comes to the gifting and stuff, and relevancy, it's just all usually random because it is social media. Like anyone can have a blow up, anyone can have a fall off. It's completely random. It can happen. It's natural.
You're back yet again with even more action here for Intel. We appreciate PB2 talking to us a little bit about his content creation life and how he got to the position that he is in today. That being said, Ben, we've gotten ourselves to the position where Game 2 is just around the corner, and we need to take a look at who's in the lead going into it. Like we said, we've got two little competitions going on here today, both for points and placement, as well as also elimination. So I'm curious to see how this looks here. With the two competitions that are kind of running coincide, I'm interested to see where the front runners for both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to check in and see where everyone's at. Obviously, eliminations. I have a sneaky suspicion that we'll see the player who takes home the most elimination prize is also going to take home that first place spot, just because that seems to be the fact of the matter. The way to get into the first place spot is get more eliminations than everyone else in the lobby. Placement points are there, but I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor.
I don't think so either. I think that, honestly, it could be a little bit of everything. We see this often. We do have players that try to go a little bit elimination heavy. They come into these lobbies looking for every fight that they can find, and occasionally they'll bite off more than they can chew. Occasionally in games, they'll finish with 12 eliminations. You go, holy cow, how is that possible? But, again, it's not always a surefire strategy. Sometimes that works out. Other times it's players like we saw in the first game there, where you just gotta be a little bit more patient. You gotta wait for your moments and attack when the time is right. I actually don't know what is going to be more viable here in today's games, in today's 5 games that we have total. Like we said, we got game number 2 here out of our 5, and I'm hoping that we do see some redemption like we talked about. I'm also hoping to get the leaderboard up relatively soon. We're still trying to make sure everything is correct. Don't want to show you guys a leaderboard that's a bit misleading, pun intended there, if we cannot. So we're going to wait a little while, and while we do, Ben, I kind of want to hear your thoughts again. You called out Nevify here at the beginning of the day as a player to watch. As we get into game 2, while our audience already has their eyes on Nevify, who else should they be paying attention to?
Yeah, it's going to be, honestly, Sniper Monkey is in there now. Performed well in game 1, looking solid. It's going to be players like Caesar. It's going to be Dom. It's going to be Sharkman again, the ones who have the experience that are going to clutch up and adjust those strategies coming into the next game. And I have to say this, I'm going to make a little bit of a prediction coming into game 2. I think we're going to see a more stacked game. You would think now players realizing where they stack up on the leaderboard based on their performance, they might need to play a little more aggressively. I think players are gonna start to figure out how to play in this lobby from feeling things out, and we're gonna see it try and move through. I'm also excited to see replays play out a little bit more. We heard that he went down in 50th place last game, so has some adjustments to make because this lobby is a stacker.
I mean, that's kind of the reality, though, is that we talked about this today with the sort of disparage in different rankings for these players, with some players who have expertise at a professional level and other players who don't quite. You got to be careful here. A good example, again, Rue was looking so good. 5 eliminations going into our ladder circles here, our ladder zones, and then they just kind of got caught off guard, not expecting the rotations that they did. Players who literally dove on their head out of nowhere. So, again, you need to be careful of moments like this. Even our most proficient players who are high on eliminations as well as also just good overall rotations doesn't mean you're going to guaranteed win these games.
No, it takes more than that. You have to have the intuition in lobbies like this to make something happen. And I gripe on this all the time when it comes to zero build, right? The players who can minimalize their hesitation are the ones that do well, and we'll get to look at the leaderboard here. We see it 26 points up there in that first place spot. We see Ignali in the first place position. Seems like those 3 eliminations enough to hold on to this top spot. But again, as you work your way down, the players that didn't perform as well still find themselves in the top 10. You see Sharkman, 10 points. You see Trout, 10 points. You see Fortnite Dad with 11 points. And again, these are the players that are compensating for their lack in placement points with the elimination points, and it's keeping them in the competition.
Yeah, multiple players here who went down before our top 10 still managing to get into the top 10 purely off of those eliminations. It's why we say there are multiple strategies that can be implemented here today. You don't necessarily need to be the most placement heavy player. You don't necessarily need to be the most elimination heavy player here. You need to find a good balance of both in order to keep yourselves at least in contention. And for right now, those are our top 20 players. But again, with many more players still in these games, I don't expect that to stay the same 20 the entire day, especially as I think we're about ready to get in game 2 in just a couple of moments here. And when we do, I want you guys to, again, pay attention to some of the people we've talked about earlier in the day who haven't popped up on that leaderboard. Players like Replay, players like Nevify, players like Caesar, players like really the entire lobby. I feel like we're at the point where we haven't seen enough of this lobby to even guess who's going to be the front runners yet.
No, and zero build solos is that game mode that has the X factor to change at any point in time. You switch up a drop spot, all of a sudden you drop a 15 elimination victory royale, and you're in first place by 10-point lead. It doesn't matter how you did in game 1, you can still come back and do something big on the overall charts, and you can see it here. Guevans trying to do it right off the rip, dropping hot in defensive fields.
And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of hot drops here in our second game. Like we mentioned, there are players here who are looking for revenge. There are players who are just trying to get themselves established at this point. As, again, with so many players that went down so early in our last game, they never even got a chance to get points for themselves. Not through elimination, not through placements. And, oh, unfortunately for J Game here, they're not going to be able to do that here in our second game either. Already eliminations right off the rip.
And now a player I wanted to check in game 1. I'm nice to see where they're landing. Hazy Hillside for Dom this time around. Currently competing in the FNCS circuit with Trey 509. I know you recognize that name, Bad.
Oh, yeah.
And now to see Dom here today representing. He's been out in Canada for a very long time, still competing in the official track, now taking advantage of the Intel Canada rumble here. You can see, I mean, he's trying to go for that $10,000. Dom, not a solid showing in game 1. Have to see if he can come back in game number 2.
Another player I do also want to pay attention to, another one of those players in the professional circuit you talked about there is going to be News, that 2 AM player in your bottom left. We saw a little bit about them in game number 1, but didn't see all too much of it. We saw a decent amount of Cryptic as well. I don't know if we're going to see a lot of them in this game. If they can't survive this fight, I will take it back. They gladly will take the fight in some early 2 points.
And Cryptic landing here in game number 1, contested in game number 2. We talked about the switch up and drop spots, and this is where it counts. Guevans, you can see we checked in with them off drop, taking some early shots. Some players at fencing field seeming to be quad contested to try and fight for this medallion and mythic assault rifle. These players will continue to look for it. News on the flip side, Hasty Hillside, close to Dom that we talked about just a moment ago. Still there, and again, these named POIs not nearly as contested as you would think they are, but again, these players know there's a lot of games to go. But Gwevon's straight into it. One player up in close and personal. The riot shield doing the damage, and you can see Fox there finding it. Fungus, FNX, the full elimination and control of the north side of fencing.
And this is why you have to be careful. Even if you are a solid player who can take those individual fights, can't always get too ambitious, especially at the beginning of a game here, where if you go out this early without even an elimination, you're going out without any points. Before we get to top 50, you're not even getting placement points at that moment. So, if you get eliminated like Maxo, another one of our front runners, he was in the top 20, and he's already gone here in game 2.
Not a lot to go around. It's all luck of the draw. You can't find what you need off spawn. You're going to have problems, but replays in the elimination feed. Points on the board. The host of this competition. It's great to see him here competing with the best out of Canada. And again, replays might be a content creator in a lot of players' eyes, but in the zero build competitive scene, definitely still a Titan.
Oh, absolutely a Titan at this point. We're starting to see some Titans emerge themselves here. Fungus FNX may be a player that we hadn't paid attention to too much in Game 1, but based on the way that they are playing Game 2, I have a feeling we should keep our eyes on them. Not only are they fighting here for fencing fields and doing a good job at defending the POI, which they've dropped upon, like this loadout the entire way through. They look like they're prepared. So is Bullet, but maybe they're not as prepared as they thought. Quick escape there as their entire shield is drained within a single burst.
And I love this drop spot. There's so much loot in such a small area, but now they'll go straight head to head in the trade. All the loot left and nothing to gain. Both players will exit this game early.
This is one of those moments where I wish we had just kept the cams on for a couple of seconds later. My jaw basically hit the floor as... Ben, I have casted many a Fortnite event. I've casted many of them with you. I don't think I've ever actually casted a trade like that. It's never happened to me in the history of me watching this.
They happen more often than you would think, but I don't think I've ever seen one live just like that. But again, unfortunate circumstances. Both players squeezing the trigger at the same moment, and both players will have to adapt their strategy and try again in the next game. Alpha Omega, though, in this one, utilizing the new variation of the hoverboard, but gets sniped off of it and then connect on shots. That's Cryptic on the other end. He owns the drone factory. Don't you dare contest as he finds their second.
Cryptic has proven themselves to not only be a player to watch, but to show that they are a player capable of taking eliminations from quite literally anywhere they so choose here. Sniper in hand, they've seen them get eliminations with a shotgun and AR and everything in between. I don't think that they're quite done yet. Great vantage point here up on top of the hill, but as you can see by their map, they've got a couple of players around them. Dom seems to think that there's a player around them, but they're not exactly sure where. And they are correct. He has been. They're in the storm, so if they know what's good for them, I don't think they should chase this Elim.
Really not a lot to reward for it, but Dom, we saw him land on the outskirts of Hazy Hillside, still having that full loadout now. One player below, just playing zone just a little bit. And these mountains, you might think the zone pulls so far away, you won't have a lot of opportunity to get out of it. But there's launch pads just on top of it. The few on the map right now. Cryptic will check back in, taking shots, trading back and forth. Nothing connecting. Nothing to warrant that green light to go ahead and push on over. But still taking the pop shots. Has the heavy ammo to continue this aggressive streak. But taking shots from multiple angles with no cover in sight. Just a tree. Play a little bit of ring around the rosy with these players with the sniper shots. I don't know if I take the danger, but Cryptic having the confidence here to hold their ground.
Oh, I'm getting nervous, though. I like them holding their ground there. What I don't like is that they've got no way to hold the ground if that tree is completely gone. No bunkers on them, not even any mobility items there. So if they're caught off guard, we could see that name pop up in the top left very quickly here. However, it does kind of look like we've gotten into a lull. 20 eliminations within about the blink of an eye. We're only at our second circle here, Ben. Yet, kind of feels like as soon as we did get down to that under 50 range, things started to settle a little bit.
Now you'll see who controls the inside of fencing fields. Fungus, FNX, we saw them pick up one elimination off the rip, but this time around not having the mythic inventory, but control of the vault. As we'll see a little bit of a duel back and forth. One player in the bunker, News just on the outskirts, trying to look for an off angle. You can see him now, looking for the audio cues to see where this player is, and they're trying to run away, but News is not going to let them. Representing 2 AM on the big stage. trying to close this distance, connect some more shots. And again, you can see it. Both players opting to hold either a grapple blade or one of these mythic TMNT items. News is holding both of them, so infinite rotation capabilities. I cannot imagine this player is going to be able to get away as they continue to run towards this dead side of zone. There's no opportunity or possibility really of a third party for the time being. So News just has red in their eyes.
Well, News probably isn't going to get third party. They might run into a third party. Not sure if you guys are looking at where they're tracking. The further they go south here on the map, the closer they get to that other player who's just trying to hold the edge. I don't think News is going to be the one who's in trouble for this. I don't actually think News is going to be in trouble at all. It might be the player they're chasing who attracts that attention and then gets shot from behind. Especially now that the bunker has gone up, this is not going to be a short fight. This will attract attention of those around them.
Oh, and News finds their toes. There's no opportunity. Shield to shield. Gun to gun. No opportunity. Shrike will go down. We checked in with Shrike at the beginning, the top of show. News being the one to send them back to the lobby and shut them down. It immediately turns ahead to move back towards the POI and find their next fight.
Oh, poor Shrike. I think the thing that sucks the most about that is they're stuck in a rock and a hard place. They keep going further down. They're probably getting third party. They decide to take that fight there. They're fighting him against a very proficient player who is going to fight them in a proficient way. All around, that just couldn't have gone worse there for Shrike. And unfortunately, that results in them not even being able to place in our top 40 here in game number 2. And Ben, this is why we've talked about zero build solos, a completely different game than any other mode in Fortnite. You are so by yourself, so alone. And every single move you make is going to either expose you or show you to be one of the best in the lobby.
And you can only run for so long. At some point, you have to realize this player's intention is to chase me until one of us gets eliminated. So it's better off stopping, standing your ground, and looking for a big shot to either make them stop pushing you or even open up the opportunity for you to find the elimination. Elusive on the other side, fighting a player looking for a drop along with one of the hired NPCs. Yeg being the one who's going to put damage onto another vehicle who has a couple players around them. He sees some footsteps. Could be the NPC just around it, busy making some noise in the close vicinity. Looking for some scraps. Sees the pizza box just below him. And again, just trying to slow things down, move towards this dead side of zone as it starts to pull towards this right side of the map. There's a lot of water with not a lot of space. So the players that rotate early are the ones that are going to be able to hold down a position.
I know you talk about this all the time, and we've had this conversation since basically the beginning of my Fortnite casting here. I love water zones. I know that I am in the minority for that. I am one of the very few people that love to see those fights, but it just kind of turns into chaos. Sometimes it's nice to see a very coordinated end to a game where everybody's prepared. You know, Porta Bunker's here or there, but he's got a riot shield. They're ready to play. Every once in a while, it's kind of nice to just see the chaos hit the fan and everybody just start trying to figure out what's going on as player after player in the final zones are just trying to survive, get away from any of the liquid around them. So, I don't know. I'll be happy no matter how this one ends up here. For Marini, I think they'd be a bit happier if they maybe were able to actually utilize the AR in hand or maybe the sniper with a single bullet they have got left, as they're in a great position here. POI, not exactly, but it is a building of prevalence that is going to allow them to stay basically fortified, stay at the top of this hill, be able to fight for whoever that they might who might dare approach them. So keep our eyes on Marini here, as it does kind of seem like they're central enough into the zone here that they should have a fight approach them soon. You can tell that they know what's going to happen. They're looking literally every direction here in case anybody approaches.
We've seen so many different variations of the sniper rifle in the loot pool, and the current iteration, we've seen in zero builds the sniper rifle come in before, where even if you connected on a headshot, it wouldn't be able to eliminate the player in one shot. But this current iteration in the loot pool, it does over 300 damage with any sniper to the head. So the advantage here is that any of these players, regardless of how much ammunition they have, it's one shot, one elimination, 2 points on the board, and a full refresh. So that's why you'll see so many of these players, if they find one, they're going to use it until they absolutely have to drop it. Rux here, not having one in inventory, but again, it's just such a useful tool to have. And now you'll see Rux find himself a combat cache. See that hired NPC come over as well. Just an extra little distraction for the enemies around, or something to put down some shots, and continuing to drop them some AR ammunition, some 30 there, 30 here, every 15 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. They'll go ahead and drop themselves a little bit of an extra boost in this ammunition count. And Rux utilizing it well, far dead side of zone with no players. too close to them.
You say too close. There's a couple around them, but as we've seen multiple times here today, players, I was going to say, are hesitant to take these fights on the edge of zone. Apparently not for whoever is fighting Rogues right now, as it does look like they've got the advantage here. The issue is that they got about a minute to take this fight, and if they don't, then they're going to start getting pushed by zone. They don't seem to care. They'll push themselves, and they will take Rue with them. Sniper Monkey again popping up. This guy has got some incredible 1v1 abilities.
Talked about the X Factor of Sniper Monkey. You asked me who I thought could show out, and I saw it. The way they was cornering these angles off, taking these fights. It's somebody who knows what they're doing in a lobby like this. And now they're starting to frag out, rack up those points. This zone's starting to pull, and you can see one player swimming deep into the water as it's kind of a half and half zone. This is where players can start to identify if you see this zone pull so far off into the water. The way these zones work is there's only a certain percentage of water allowed inside of them, so it only has a limited amount of space that this next zone can pull to, so it makes it easy to predict. And Replays is immediately on that, has that resume to know where to be, and is already on the coastline, preparing for the next one. Dom, same situation, aggressively playing with 2 eliminations, now stuck, trying to chase down this player inside the vehicle with only 70 effective HP himself. If you act like you have HP, maybe it'll automatically appear for you, but Dom throwing the pizza down, healing right back up, and is straight back into the fight.
How many risky plays is Dom going to have in a row there? He jumped off of the island, almost got eliminated due to fall damage, didn't quite get eliminated due to fall damage. Then he chased down a car, like you said, with literally only 70 HP on him. Had that player turned around and taken even a single good shotgun shot, that would have been the end there. And then after that, he places a pizza box down outside of the building while sniper shots are being shot at him. Dom, I gotta commend you. The courage that you just displayed, incredible. Do I think it was maybe the best decision? We'll find out. For right now, they still stay around, they still stay alive, and they do have the chance to fight here, but my goodness, Dom, I've seen this before in collegiate. You're just tugging on my heartstrings, my guy. I'm way too nervous for you.
I spoke to Dom before the competition, trying to get him in for some sort of an interview, but he's like, you know what? Camera's not working. I'm locking in for the day. Today is his day to shine, trying to secure that $10,000 sponsorship brand deal. And Dom tries to compete on both fronts, standard BR and zero build. So I know that kind of a partnership will help him continue to pursue his content creation and competitive dreams inside of Fortnite. So to see him doing well in game number 2, we'll have to wait and see, of course, but kind of rooting for him.
Look, I'm rooting for him as well. I'm going to stay completely unbiased here because I'll be real. As much as I enjoy to see, the homies win a couple of these, I like to see these players who have grinded for these events, who earned these titles. I also want to see some sort of, the unknowns be able to pop off here today. That's what I love about tournaments like this, where you do have a mix of players, is that some players just haven't had the chance to show themselves on a greater stage, which is why I believe that we might see some of those players pop up here today. Like you said, Sniper Monkey, one of those players we do have to pay attention to going forward. And Jet might as well. They seem to be taking this outside here, the snooty steps, really, really carefully. The issue for them is there are other players around. As much as I enjoy the shoot at every bush that you see in case of players and their strategy, it also does attract a lot of unnecessary attention.
And Jet's down here near Snooty Steps, the home of Peter Griffin, the home of the mythic shotgun. Not so popular in zero build game modes, the Frenzy being the weapon of choice by most players, but still the medallion and a popular drop indeed. Legend sprays you down here in the bush in a nice location. This spot is very useful in considering there is actually a launch pad just on the other side. But instead, Legends, you sprays decides to go ahead and use the crash pad Flowberry Fizz combo. It's a very popular strategy, one of the best mobility options in this current season, but you have to use it correctly. Legend, you need to pop the fizz, throw the crash pad, and then sprint into it. Don't just spam throw them. It's not going to send you anywhere. And now he's kind of stuck here, losing 4 crash pads trying to use this strategy and stuck in zone, not to mention 4, 5, maybe even 6 players just on this edge of zone waiting to try and take shots their way.
I think by the time that they actually make it up that mountain, they will probably have a single crash pad left, which is definitely not going to be enough when you've got players like Skyfall awaiting you on the other side. It seems like they already want some other eliminations, though. 0 so far throughout this game, but that does not mean they will shy away from the rest of the firefights, as I got to say, Ben, What a contrast to the first game that we played here. We're getting to our 6th zone, almost everybody getting pushed to the edge of the map here, and we still have 26 players remaining. Last time we started getting into the, I'd say, past the halfway mark of these games, it was not nearly as chaotic. This time, how many players is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 players basically in zone with a 11th and 12th on the edge, one of which was just crossed in. Snooty Steps is about to become one of the wildest fighting points we've ever seen.
I mean, you have to think, right? Most of these players are trying to hold on to their bunkers for as long as possible. So given the opportunity to hold on to them through these later zones by using some of this natural cover, these old buildings that are left from the POI, it's honestly the best play for them. But again, if you're not careful, you could find yourself spotted out, and you can see it here, Dom, and we saw just a minute ago, players kind of breaching and clearing these buildings, making sure that there's nobody hiding in any corners because they know it's going to be popular.
Popular for right now, but the question is how many people are willing to stay around here? Who's gonna, rent out a condo and live it up a little bit for a little while in the steps? Question, it will be quickly answered here, as we've got about half a minute until the zone is gonna start pulling, and it's gonna force a lot of these players to move towards the west here and a bit further out of Snooty. They can still technically stay within it, but again, the longer you wait here, the more congested this POI is going to become, which is why players like Fungus FNX, who we've seen play well, already are having to take these fights, and they're not even in the POI. They're just on the edge of it, and so many players are converging and now rotating into said edge zone that these fights are going to be unavoidable.
And I honestly love this play. FNX kind of just posted up on the edge here. Everyone else having to rotate in, and now you see it straight into the box, and I know who this is. FNX takes a lot of damage off the third party, but still finds the elimination onto Cryptic. So aggressive. So much fighting prowess during the early game, but still going to fall with one fail swoop, one small decision. Just a little bit of hesitation there on this rotation. But FNX left in the bottom of this bunker. Cakeman 888. 6 eliminations in total so early on. They have the mythic shotgun. They have the cover here and the extra utility, but decides, you know what? It's not enough for me. Zone pulls up to one of the highest points on this lobby, and I'm going to try and take advantage.
I can't believe that we are barely reacting to FNX throwing a shockwave that perfectly landed them in another bunker completely undetected. How did that just happen? How have they gotten away with what clearly should have painted a target on their back like we've talked about all day? Instead, they continue to fight on, and Cakeman, who was in said bunker, actually rotates out of the bunker and gives it to them for free. Granted, there is a reason. As you can see, they now have the high ground here. Height advantage far in their favor considering their position and the zone that is going to continue to move, but I'm still blown away by the plane that we've seen before. What happened between game 1 and 2 where everybody just decided, all right, now it's go time?
I mean, it's starting to turn up for sure. Cakeman with 6 eliminations early on, as there's still outside of the top 15. Replays finds 1 elimination. Cakeman gets challenged for height, hops into the vehicle, hops straight out, trying to send the player off, but it's not enough. Immediately switches over to the Mythic to save themselves from fall damage. Dom claiming the high ground from them. Those 6 eliminations are not going to save you as Dom takes control.
Dom's got to be careful here, though. They don't have any actual cover on them. Like you said, they've got mobility items, and they've got another one of their front runners out of this one. Replays out to the storm there. Unfortunately, too late of a rotation in. And I gotta say, Dom, we didn't see a lot of you in Game 1. I have a feeling we're gonna see you for the rest of Game 2 here, as there are other players. WTJ Cream finally popping up on the board there. Another player that we mentioned at the beginning of the day that you have to pay attention to. But I don't know if anybody's in a better position than Dom right now. Cream is playing well. They get blasted into zone. But again, Dom, height advantage, good cover. The only thing I want them to do is pick up those porta bunkers at the bottom of the hill, because if they do get challenged, I don't know how they're gonna protect themselves.
And Dom doing a great job here to just kind of take to the sky, look over the top to see if anyone's trying to contest for them, because zone pulls up and over. Players have 2 options here: go around the mountain to try and play a low ground position, or contest Dom. And realistically, Dom, no more bunkers in inventory, only 4 pizza slices. So you could see him starting to look ahead. He's like, hey, I didn't get all this loot. Where is the rest of it? Is the medallion down there? What is left for me to try and pick up to play out the rest of this game? Because if Dom can't find some sort of cover as the zone starts to pull, he's gonna have to fight someone for a bunker.
On top of fighting for a bunker, he might need to also fight for a riot shield as well. Like we said, it's not just having one strategy to protect yourselves, it's having all of the strategies necessary. If his bunkers go down, he needs something else to be able to take cover behind.
Wow.
And did he just find that? Crypto Beast gone and dusted, and he picking up medallions as well. Dom just got saved by literally one single elimination.
Gifted the best loadout in the lobby, plus an extra bunker on top of that. Creep looking to try and play spoiler here in the final moments of game number 2. Nevify still in this game as well. Dom finding himself 4 eliminations in one of the only bushes left, but the player in the vehicle has something to say about it. Still preserving those 2 bunkers. Looking ahead, I like this from Dom. Rather than trying to propel himself horizontally, goes vertically to try and spot out a better spot to hunker down.
And now that he has bunkered down here, so has everybody else. Look at the little village that has been popped up out of nowhere here. Dom just carefully approaching. The only thing I don't like about Dom here is that he's got an AR in hand and the shotgun. Somebody does approach him too quickly. He's going to have to quickly swap over. Or, never mind, just use the AR like an SMG. Why not?
No problems there for Dom as he finds their 5th elimination. Zone's on his back, though, so he'll have to start to move. Top 4, Creep, Nevify, Dom, all fighting against the other solo now, but they're straight into the box. Nevify falls. Doesn't matter how many medallions you have, left with nothing. Dom, the one to do it, but still left on no HP without a bunker or time to throw it. Falling as well, so it'll be Creep and News. The 1v1 situation for the Game 2 Victory Royale, taking to the sky. Around the corners with the bunker. Creep finding toes, and there it is. Connections and the damage on top of it. Creep, 4 eliminations in the VR.
I told you to watch Creep. I said Dom looked like the front runner. He had the chance to wrap that one up, but I also said until Creep's out of this lobby, I'm not guaranteeing anything, and that is why. A very proficient player, professional background, money earned in Fortnite before this tournament, and if he keeps playing like this, he'll earn some more money by the end of it. Ben, my goodness, game 2, we said it would be a step up from game 1. That's not just a step up, that's climbing the whole ladder.
Yep, and you see it there, Snooze representing WTJ in those final moments. I mean, they are able to pull out the win. Couldn't have seen a crazier run from these guys. It's such a difficult zone over some of the highest mountains in the game right now, other than the winter biome on that north side. And man, everyone in this lobby, we talked about how there was going to be variations in the way people play these end games, and the first thing I saw is the amount of bunkers these players are holding on to. Seems like there were so many to spare in those final moments.
They really did wait until the perfect moment. And again, the reason why none of those bunkers were expended earlier on that one is the rotation of the zone was so odd in this game. It pulled us about as south as we can go, literally on the very edge of the map next to Snooty Steps. And then after that, the zone started pulling more central, which then led us to that high ground, which is why it made it so weird. No bunkers thrown because we're in a POI, and then we pull away from a POI over the tallest mountain in the game, and then it just makes it so weird to try and play those final couple zones. It made it interesting, but it also made it really congested again. Had the zone not pulled all the way south and forced everybody into Snooty, I don't know if we would have seen as close of a combat that we had seen at the end of that game.
No, and we talk about how crazy that game was. Let's check out some replays from those final moments of this game. We saw the infamous trade off the rip bullet. The 1v1 situation, just trading shots, both of them with high DPS weapons, and both of them will have to try and give it another shot next game. I don't know about you, Bass, but that's going to be the off spawn that I want to watch. There's a lot of these head-to-head situations. Generally, we're used to seeing players butting heads with 2 shotgun barrels face-to-face, but now we're seeing it with riot shields more often than not. I mean, Bass, this game, as far as action and fights, way more active than game number 1.
Oh, incredibly different than game number 1. Game number 1 felt like, again, it was the warm-up for game number 2, and it was the warm-up for multiple reasons. Not only was it everybody getting their comfortable strategies, figuring out where they want to drop, trying to figure out just how to play the game differently, but it was the players who we know are capable finally stepping up. Game 1 is a couple of them bit off more than they can chew. Early exits for players like Replay, for players like Nevify, all of them going out early. But in this one, we saw multiple frontrunners get to the very end, including Dom with... Look, we had a lot of potentials for play of the day there. Dom being able to fight a player in a a vehicle and then zipping right back to the top of the mountain and then getting this, that two-piece combo, quite impressive.
I'm gonna be honest, that might be my play today so far. It's the best I've seen so far. Dom, such a smart selection to take the high ground at that moment and boded well for him to break into the top 5, picked up some big clutch eliminations. But again, more often, I'm seeing now, we thought the grapple blade was gonna be the primary source of mobility by these players. It's gonna be the TMNT items, the mythics. They just have a faster recharge rate and the speed is higher, so you're not able to get caught out as easily. Dom found those crucial eliminations to swap out for the Mythic Frenzy as well as the Mythic AR, and that DPS just can't really be matched. And in the end, it's just Creep's positioning that was able to win him the game, just right over the top in this final moments here. I mean, this fight was just so well done, just the wrong decision here to hold up the Riot Shield. Creep doesn't even need one in the inventory, still able to get it done.
Again, it all comes down to however you want to play. You can play with a Riot Shield, you can play without it, you can play with the bunkers, you can play without them. But the big thing is you have to hit your shots. And what's difficult with that Riot Shield is that you only have a pistol in your hand. And unless you're hitting every single shot with it, a shotgun like that, a mythic one at that, yeah, it doesn't matter if your toes are the only thing exposed. He'll hit every single one of them. And you will, unfortunately, maybe be walking a little bit weird for a couple of days there. Reality stands, game 2, a much more expected winner than in game number 1. Creep taking the dub, and I gotta say, not only did he do that, but really kind of putting another, again, target on his back. We knew the good players would show up. For them to already show up in game 2 means the rest of this day is gonna look a lot different.
I think players are starting to realize that these off-spawn fights really aren't as important as they might think. It's easier to land somewhere that's safe, guarantee that full shield, and then loot up. And then at that point, start to look to contest one of these medallion spots. There's not as much mobility as in zero build as there is a standard BR, and these players aren't going to be able to hunker down as easily the standard BR. So if you want to rotate in and contest for one, it's much easier to do. So just making sure that you have full shield and the loadout on top of that to just kind of complement your aggression is what you want to be looking for.
It absolutely is, and we're going to have to look ahead a couple seconds here. What we're going to do is we're going to take another quick break. When we return, we will be past the halfway point. Game 3 just around the corner as we send you guys off with some replays here. We'll see you on the other side.
The default dance.
That's it. That's the OG default dance.
The default dance.
For you.
That's the OG semi-automatic sniper.
Ooh, that sounds maybe like a heavy sniper.
Oh, that's a sniper rifle.
Sniper, bolt action, shooting at about approximately 100 meters.
Wait a minute, is that a mini or a 50 pot? That's a mini. That's a mini.
Sounds like a chug jug. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Drinking a mini shield.
That's the OG mini.
Pump shotgun. I believe that's the spaz shotgun.
That's a shoddy. Oh my god, oh my god, I love that sound. It sounds like a pump.
That was the gold spaz.
Oh, sounds like some sort of pistol. I don't know if it was like a revolver or a heavy pistol, but definitely some sort of pistol. Sounds like a makes me think of a Thompson, but kind of like a minigun.
That's the Scar.
The Scar.
Scar.
That's when you get sniped. That's a crack. That's the original crack.
Crack the shield?
Oh, that's cracking someone's shield.
Shield getting destroyed when you shoot someone.
That's a 50 pot.
That should be a 50 pot, I believe.
That has to be a chug jug.
I was just a 50, I think.
That's the Victor L. That's where you start emoting and, you know, being weird.
Chicken dinner. That's what happens every game I play. Nice big win.
#1 victory royale.
Victory Royale!
Battle bus.
When you're thanking the bus driver and you're jumping out.
battle bus. You're about to jump out with 100 other players.
Oh my God. Don't forget to thank the bus driver.
We are back yet again with the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. My name is Oliver Bastion alongside by Ben K. And Ben, just about at the halfway point here today, we've got 5 games total, and 2 of them have already happened with 2 different Victory Royale winners through our first 2 games. And I gotta say, 2 different sides of the coin as well. Game 1, a little bit passive. Game 2, not that way at all.
No, and I talked about, made a little prediction that it'd be a little bit more stacked in those endgame moments, and I was right, man. We saw a lot more bunkers in those final moments, players trying to play out a little bit more and look for people who didn't have as much loot. They found eliminations in the mid game, and the players who were able to find themselves those bunkers made it into the final moments, and it was just straight dueling from there. Dive from bunker to bunker, those little scrappy fights down on the low ground in the mud, man. That's what we love to see in Zero Bill. That's what makes it so special. And again, we saw so many players show out that didn't do well in game number 1. Dom making it into those final moments as well. We saw Creep, News, again, back into those end game scenarios and replays, showing out as well, making it up into, I believe, the top 15 or top 20. So always good to see, and we still got 3 games to go.
We still got 3 games to go, and we also have a leaderboard that's still getting ready here. We will bring it up at a certain point, but for right now, all we can do is theorize about who might be in the lead. And in my opinion, I have to imagine that Creeps win there is going to be enough. They finished with a decent amount of eliminations on top of the fact that I think they had points in game 1. I don't think that they had probably enough points to where they're going to definitively be number 1, but after a performance like that, I have to imagine that they're going somewhere into the top 10. As, again, for those that are a bit curious about how they're going to get there here, here's what we mean when we say that eliminations plus placement might have gotten them up to the top 10 here. First place is 20 points flat, so we have a guarantee that Creep's at least taking 20, but he's also getting 2 eliminations per, 2 points per elimination as well. The rest of our top 10 will also be getting significant amount of points, minimum 4 for at least getting into the top 10. But again, that's where this makes it so interesting, is that if you have at least 2 eliminations, you're equal to the amount of points you would be getting for placing top 10 at minimum. So there's different strategies that can be implemented, and we saw that with some players who, I want to say it was, I think Dom had 5, but it was also a couple of our old players like Cryptic, who I think had 5 by the time they were eliminated as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Finding those eliminations at those crucial moments is what's going to help you make it into those end games. Doesn't matter if you're contesting for a medallion early, as long as you get your hands on one before the end game. That's what really counts. I mean, granted, a medallion in a 0 build fight, if a player beams you down to 50 HP, there's really not much you can do to heal back up. We've seen things like chug splashes or even the ice cream cone that got you back up to full HP in just an instant. But right now in the current loot pool, you basically have to be extra careful, because if a player beams you down and they want to aggress you, there's nothing you can do except try and take the gunfight.
I mean, that's the unfortunate reality we've seen for many of these players here. We even talked about it. Dom had the ideal loadout in every single scenario going into that end game. We were critical of the fact that he didn't have any bunkers on him, but despite the fact that he picks up bunkers, has the full loadout, it still didn't matter. It's can you hit your shots. Agreed on also the fact that the Riot Shield hasn't been as influential as I really thought it would be at the end of these games here. Yeah. We had a Riot Shield fight at the end, and the person with the Riot Shield ended up losing.
Yeah, not much you can do there. And again, that's where the aggressive play style of the players that just try and basically have a better loadout, you outgun them, you're able to just have more rounds in your loadout to send their way. The pistol only fires so fast and you can only reload so quick, but you've got an AR, you've got a frenzy, maybe even an SMG on top of that. Not much they can do because you don't have to pause to reload.
No, you do not. And on top of that, you also have a little bit of an easier shot. As much as people like to go, okay, but the riot shield blocks most of your body, it doesn't block all of it. And if you've got a shotgun that's got a huge spread on it, as long as you're clipping some toes, it doesn't really matter if you're not able to get an easy shot on their body. So, again, there are multiple strategies that can be implemented here today. Although I will say Zero Build has started to lean towards some metas as of late, it doesn't mean that there is a one-size-fit-all guaranteed win in any of these matches. I mean, again, Game 1 really been a better example than Game 2 about that, as none of our supposed front-runners ended up being in those final 5 players, yet still, we had a player who very proficiently won the lobby.
Yeah, and again, something to mention with the riot shields, right? I mean, like, personally, I'm never picking it up. I'm that type of player that wants to run and gun, man. I'm grappling, I'm sliding left and right, I'm hopping behind the trees. Like, I'm not touching it, man. I'm not gonna go try to hold up a riot shield. I'm gonna run at you like this. Like, that's not happening, bro. Like, come on now. I'm gonna take the gunfight. I think I got better aim than you, and I know that's the mindset of Dom and most of the players in the top 5 right now. They're just so confident in their aim, they're gonna win every single 1v1, because that's just the name of the game, right? You win more fights, you're gonna get more points, and you're gonna take home the $10,000 championship.
Like we said, this is the format here today. 5 total rounds will be played, all of them custom solo, Zero Build Battle Royale. And after the 5 games, you will be awarded points based on your placement, based on your elimination, and it'll get you actually a myriad of different prizes. We've talked about this a lot here today. It is not just that these players are playing for that contract with Intel, for that $10,000 creator contract, that gaming contract that will be awarded to the winner here, but it is also the other prize of a brand new Intel PC. That new PC also is beyond powerful and will also be going to the most elimination heavy player at the end of today. So again, even if you aren't necessarily winning this one in terms of being able to overall win the tournament, you can still at least get yourself a PC and run home with it. And also our viewers at home, fun fact, if you exclamation point giveaway, it'll give you guys a little bit of updates about how you can win yourself a graphics card from Intel as well. So again, Ben, so much to play for here today. All of these players have a lot on the line, and we're not even halfway through the day. Just around the corner here is game number 3 out of our 5 total games here today. But I will say, if you have not picked up the pieces and started to find momentum by this point, it might be a little too late. You need to here in game 3.
We've seen it more often than not, right? Like, these players, especially with the ones that we know, I mean, we know Never5's reputation, we know Dom's reputation, we know these players have that kind of a resume in the collegiate scene that, if brought into this kind of an environment, they're capable of clutching up in the last couple of games. I think it's possibility, especially considering the points are relatively low, right? Only 20 points for a win and only 2 points per elimination. Like, we've seen bigger formats, 4 points for eliminations, 100 points for a win. Points are still kind of low, and we haven't seen anybody really start to take off. Maybe we see a pop-off 10 elimination victory royale. We don't know. We've got 3 games to go, Bass, and I'm excited, man.
I'm excited about that, but I'm also excited to hear from another one of our players here. We've got an interview lined up, and when we return, we'll start getting ready for game 3. So enjoy this quick little insight to one of our players.
Alright, well, my name's Kale, but you guys probably know me as News1X. I'm a Fortnite streamer, but I also play Counter-Strike, play COD, all the aim games. A little bit about me, been doing YouTube for like almost 10 years now. Been streaming and doing Minecraft videos and COD videos, but now I'm all Fortnite. So yeah, I just started off editing and gaming more and more. My friends were like, yo bro, you're really good at this, keep going with it. And yeah, here I am, playing in an Intel tournament, so pretty hyped. Yeah, like I said, my friends I'd stream my gameplay to them, and I'd help them with things like, I do settings, so they're always asking me like best settings and stuff, and then they're like, dude, you should do videos like that, like you see them popping up on YouTube. And yeah, a lot of it was my friends just motivating me and like telling me like, bro, you could easily do this and you should do YouTube and Twitch and stuff, but I just been grinding YouTube. So what I would say got me into gaming is my older brother, and same with my uncle, like back in the day, playing Halo and Gears of War on the Xbox, and them just getting more and more competitive into it, and then like me being the younger guy, like seeing them care so much about gaming and stuff, and then eventually I just cared like way more than them, and then yeah, they showed me Fortnite even and stuff, so came a long way just from my older brother and uncle and then my friends too, you know, just grinding games together and just wanting to see each other be more and more competitive. And I have a few different ones. Like I have like some controller players, like content creators that kind of inspired me. Like there's Jarvie and Ninja Season. Like they're like the same type of controller settings, like controller player grind. I guess the way I connect with my audience is playing with them on Fortnite and also like just doing lots of streams. You know, talking to everybody. Like people come in my stream, they're always like, "Damn, I can't believe like you read every single chat and stuff like that." So that's what I mostly try to do. Also, you know, like anybody that can really message me on Discord whenever. I help them with all sorts of stuff, like with their own streams, their own videos, competitive, all that stuff. I would say now is the perfect time because I feel like there's so much easy ways, well not easy ways, but like good ways to get into it and get started. Like with YouTube's new vertical streaming and obviously TikTok, like the viralness of the game now, like you could just, you know, if you do things right, you could make it work really quickly. And I just feel like, yeah, like there's no like real saturation in all the different niches, so there's like, I don't know, if you make good content you'll stand out. And I need people to get grinding because they have all these great ideas. Like they're always giving me ideas. I'm like, bro, like you need to do that yourself. Like that'd be like a 1,000,000 view video and stuff. So I'm just helping out, giving my advice always too. Yeah, like this tournament is definitely one of the mom I made it moments, but also like seriously in the past week with the vertical streams on YouTube, it's like changed my channel insane. Like I've almost done like, what is it, 9,800 subscribers in the past 7 days just from grinding the vertical streams. And I would say that's about it. Like I feel like I'm still very new, even though it's so long. Well, I think a good thing to look at is, for example, like the Fortnite creative, like when all the money came out and announced for basically all the creative creators that they could just do like all the new maps, the UEFN. So I just think that was a good thing because all these content creators are now making like even more money off their audience through like them participating in their games in Fortnite. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, for sure, like all the streamers inspired me to start gaming so competitively as well. So I think that's a big thing. Like, you know, my younger cousin or even his younger friends, they get like hyped when I see that I'm doing well on YouTube or whatever. So I think in that sense, like they want to do what I'm doing. So I think it's a little bit of inspiration. Well, I think for one, I got like extremely lucky with like the close community I have because yeah, like I don't really get much haters or anything like that. I don't know, one thing I don't do on my streams is I don't really do the face cam, but if you go on like, I'm sure the top 1,000 streams right now, every single one has a face cam being like, oh my gosh, you won't believe this. But I'm just like kind of more of a chill guy and I can't really like get to that energy and just do that in front of the camera. So that would definitely be a challenge for me at face. And everybody's got the face cam, so.
We are back, and we're ready to get into the action almost immediately. It is game number 3 here of our 5 total, and then literally immediately into the action. Expectations for this game, I feel like this might be our most exciting one yet, because again, it's halfway through. If you are not established by now, you might have missed the chance.
And it's funny because you look around on the Twitch and the YouTube chat, man, all these players are in there watching these games play out. They get eliminated early. They're analyzing. They're studying. They're trying to figure out what these players who are winning these games are doing, and they're going to try and replicate those strategies in the last couple of games that we have. We can see Velux doing the same here, landing outside of Grand Glacier on the glacier itself here. And this is an interesting strategy a lot of players opt to do, even in standard BR. There are so many chests located out here. The only problem is, especially in zero build, it's easy to get caught out in the open with no cover.
Oh, absolutely. This sort of tundra area takes over almost the entire eastern coast of the map, a little bit of the north as well. Funny enough, we have yet to have a zone pull this way, though. We've had everything else kind of get around it, but never actually pull its way into here. So I am curious to see if we eventually do have the snowier areas become the home to some of these fights. For Horde right now, seems like they're happy to take a fight here outside of Classy Courts, but they do need to be careful. We've mentioned this before. A lot of players been opting for these early engagements immediately off of drop, and as you can see in the top left, it's not exactly working out for everybody.
Bocce takes down Bullet, which Bullet we saw earlier trading off rip early off spawn. We're not going to get to watch that fight this time around, but it seems like we actually do have a winner this time, not just a trade in a left loop with nobody to try and play out with it. But Horrid, the player we're watching now, rotating over. Classy Courts being their drop spot, but kind of rotating out early. We see 2 a.m. news following in the elimination feed there at the top left. So an early exit from our second place player in game number 2. But Horrid trying to switch things up, play a little bit more aggressively here in this back half of games. And he spots out the player just on the other side of things. Just looking, playing the head peek. And again, so much time here as First Zone is going to pull their way. So just laying low.
Ooh, laying low for a second, and very quickly, taking out that player, and it's Nevify! Again, another time where Nevify is not paying attention to these early engagements, and it comes back to bite them, and oh, poor Nevify. I don't even think they had an idea that Horde was around.
Oh no, such an unfortunate circumstance, but that's what can happen in a game like this. It might be a little bit frustrating if you're on the receiving end of an ambush like that, but whatever works, whatever gets the job done, and in that case, playing for the surprise attack was the way to get it done. Fencing Fields, however, we'll check it out. Hot drop still in this game as that mythic AR is just such a powerful asset to have in your inventory. We'll see Cross Hates Unite looking to fire some shots in the direction of a player atop the roofs, but not connecting on anything. Laying low. And this is what makes Fencing Field so interesting. There is a catacombs down here in the bottoms, a tunnel system that runs underneath this entire POI, so it's very easy to get lost or ambushed by a player hiding around the corner. As now you can see Cross Hates just looking. He knows the players to the left side here, but now you look, the long corridor. Is he up, down, holding a right-hand peek, but it'll spot him out. Still not enough damage to be the green light to fully begin the assault. And now you see EMPs being fired over. The player gets third-partied by another, so drops down low. Cross looking to try and take it off. Angle catches him off guard, but not able to get the job done. Just playing really safe at this time and decides to disengage entirely.
Every single firefight we are seeing right now is this little in between where teams want to, or excuse me, players want to take these fights, but they also do not want to get exposed. Only reason I think Cross took that one is because they had to. Yeg on the top of this building is going to force the fight whether or not you want to take it, but just look at how many players were in Fencing Field when they landed here in comparison to now, when we might have even one less. Cross not going to survive.
And Guevon's taking him down. No options there. It's always fun to watch these fights over at Fencing because there's so much on the line for these players. But we'll check back with Horrid for now, already with one elimination and the tally, and that being Nevify. My prediction to do well today with another early exit. Sad to see, but Horrid is going to capitalize on it in this game. Guevons finds another elimination over near Fencing in the feed there. Rux finding another, a reoccurring name, but Horrid, the focus of our eyes right now, taking a lot of shots. Overshield cracked and over 90 damage done. Is now both players just trying to rotate away.
Oh, I don't like the way that Horrid's playing this rotation, though. They both want to try and move further into Classy, and they also want to try and keep this engagement in front of them. You can see they even dropped their AR at the chance of maybe getting an elimination here again. This is what makes it difficult for especially players like Guevons, who's just trying to survive, is you've got that elimination contest going on at the same time. So as much as you might want to be playing for placement, you might be trying to play a little more passive. Your opponent, if the player that's facing you is only going for elims, you have no choice but to engage. So, man, this might be the quickest start we have had. 73 players enter, 37 remaining, halfway gone, and we're in second zone.
Everyone's starting to ramp up that aggression, and Cake Man doing the same. 3 elimination on the board, 5 shockwaves, and the sniper in inventory, ready to ramp things up. and get into a player's face here. Still fighting over the mythic medallion over here at Fencing Fields. You can see two players kind of dueling in the mini map there in the bottom right-hand corner. The Cake Man just kind of roll out in the vehicle, reposition just a little bit, assess the surrounding area, see if there's any fights he could take over here on the dead side of zone. Maybe some players that don't have as much loot, because Cake Man having such an incredible loadout right now to make him easy to outgun these players with less loot on the edges of the zone.
Nobody's really taking the fights, though. Again, sometimes we do see this lull, that after that initial combat starts, players start to get a little bit more wary, recognizing the situation at hand. You get pumped full of the adrenaline initially of wanting these fights, but once reality kicks in, you kind of got to second guess if you really do want to take all of these engagements. Right now, Root seems to not be going for that. They've recognized that they're got a good loadout, got enough loot to be able to work with, and now they're just trying to find themselves positionally in the correct spaces, as taking this vehicle quite literally halfway across the map. But not too surprising. I do have a feeling we're going to see a lot of this throughout this game. Are those players who have already established themselves through the first couple of games here, now trying to take a more passive approach to try and play for longevity over these more spontaneous bursts of points, i.e. getting eliminations, trying to get into POIs and into quick contests, or just want to try to play more carefully. Elusive, though, maybe not doing exactly that. They're deciding to take this fight, but will completely ditch it in order to get a vehicle. For better or for worse, though, they didn't have any health gone. Not sure why they ditched that. They had the initial shots, and not sure why they're going back in. Elusive, my goodness, playing on a knife's edge.
The player in the vehicle starts pickaxing is why Elusive was taking damage. Not the shots from the enemy behind the rock, but they were in the vehicle with them. So now Elusive dives below the bridge like a troll, trying to hold down and make sure that nobody crosses their path. Again, pairing the shockwave with the mythic TMNT. Just moving back up towards these north mountains. Some players around them getting some audio cues, so they start to turn ahead. Seems like they might run into a player just on the other side of this hilltop. Elusive doesn't want any smoke right now. Needs to find an opportunity to heal back up, but now they'll spot them out. There's the vehicle. Just the player chasing them the entire time. Someone starts to stumble upon them. Again, Lucid wants nothing to do with this.
Lucid is just running, and the unfortunate thing for them is that usually if you're in a foot race like this, the player behind you eventually will go, okay, this is not worth my time. I'm not doing this anymore. I don't know if that's actually happening. It looks like the player might have lost track of them. They're still hunting them down. I think Elusive knows that, and the reason why they have to be careful here, or maybe just get into the engagement ahead of time. Elusive, you have 91 white health here. You have no shields to fight with. If this player becomes aware of that, this could be a very short fight.
They'll get the break onto the vehicle. Now they're stuck out in the open. But we'll switch. Quick back over. This player swapping over right into the Lambo. Starting to drive away. I love the swap here. Especially with no shield, no HP. Gives them the opportunity to get that overshield back, at least by waiting. Just moving back. Can go back into the zone even. It's a one tick at this point. So many opportunities to play this out. In such a clutch play here to try and preserve their life in this game. Still having a massive comeback needed on the leaderboard, and a great play to start that run.
That was incredible. You gotta love it when a player pops out of a vehicle hoping to start the engagement, and the other player goes, oh, thank you for the free transportation, and just hightails it out of there. Dig making the correct move, if I'm being so honest, considering they still don't really have a lot of shields to work with. And they might start to run out of health to work with overall, as they don't really have any mobility items besides those pads like you talked about before. I'm going to keep a close eye on this player, but we don't have many players to even keep a close eye upon. 27 left. And Ben, again, I know these games continue to ramp up, and we've talked about how this was the expected momentum switch throughout this day, but 27 players, we're in our third zone.
It's dropping fast. Trout tallying up 3 of them here. As they'll be close to the forecast tower, I'm sure they're starting to spot out or keep their eyes on it to try and look for that forecast card. And again, everyone having that same kind of a loadout. That Frenzy Auto, bunkers, and a TMNT Mythic or the Grapple Blade. But everyone's pretty spread out here. To see this many players scattered around the mountains, it's honestly interesting to see, but for everyone's information at home, there are a lot of launch pads scattered among this kind of coastline atop some of these mountains. So the players who are sitting still I'd just be waiting to see, because if zone pulls maximum distance away from them, those launch pads are gonna help them out in a big way to try and make it over and find themselves a good new home.
Yeah, there are a ton of them in particular in those snowier areas. We talked about this earlier in the day that we had yet to see a single zone pull over to this eastern side, which is all covered in snow. Looks like we're getting our wish, as it does seem like this zone is going to continue to pull that way as more players go. There's PP2, one of the players that we spoke to earlier in an interview, who has unfortunately found their exit as well. Same with Dig, that player that barely escaped taking that vehicle to cover, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like everybody's going to be so safe, is going to be so lucky to just avoid these engagements, including we hit. They're seemingly running away from something. Like you said, they have that TMNT Mythic in their hand, but they don't seem to have much of cover unless they throw down one of those bunkers.
Still having EMPs. This is where in zero build, I think a lot of players don't utilize it as much as they can. If there's anyone inside of a bunker or they're inside of a bush, you just lob a little EMP over. It doesn't do any white HP damage, but it'll start to chip away at players' shield. 40, 40, 40. And if you connect on multiple of them, you know the player's cracked and you haven't even had to peek your head yet. And then it's a quick little use to the Mythic and you're closing the distance to find a very easy elimination.
Doesn't seem like all the eliminations have come too easily here, but that kind of depends on the player, for better or for worse. For Creep here, they have yet to find a single elimination, but we talked about this last time. They are a player that waits for their moment. I think they only finished the last game with 3 eliminations, and I think all 3 of those eliminations were in those final circles. So not too surprising to see this from them, especially considering this is one of those launchpad positions you talked about. Top of the mountain, mobility unlimited, and 8 bullets on the sniper in hand. If they want to, they can take a pot shot at pretty much anybody they want to.
I like this from Creep with already 1 victory royale on the board. Gonna be looking for a repeat here. But again, this is where it's like you've already got that lead. Just play your time. Try and make sure you make it into endgame consistently, because most of these players just need to make it there over and over again, and eventually they're due for a pop-off. And Creep has already had theirs, so it's just trying to stay consistent throughout the rest of these couple of games. You see Horrid M picking up another elimination in that feed. Creep just trying to chill for now. I saw Replays take out a player just a moment ago. But we see those in this game here taking some big shots on some players in the distance. Going over, taking out Horrid to trade. Doesn't even wait for a moment. Immediately wants to chase down the second.
Oh boy, I had high expectations for Horde after the eliminations that they had found early, but unfortunately, not much you can really do in those instances besides hope that nobody sneaks up on you. And we hit, definitely snuck up, and did not miss their shots. Multiple shots immediately getting grilled on target here, and kind of feels like they're not done yet. 5 eliminations here with 17 players to go, and seemingly a hunting attitude as they are chasing down all of their prey. Not too surprising, although they pulled their shoot a little bit later than their opponents. So yeah, they're gonna have a chance here to maybe snipe them out of the air. No shots being contested, or no shots being linked up here. So I feel like they've got an elimination on the verge, but they just can't seem to get them.
We hit those, looking over, trying to get a couple on with 5 eliminations in the total tally. They really don't need to ramp up the aggression much more. Already has the points and the loot. 4 bunkers, so that's the maximum that you can carry. I remember back in the day when you could only carry 2 bunkers. Now being 4 it allows for a lot of these players to play more aggressively. What a smart play. Throws the EMP, takes the car out of commission. It's Sharkman they're chasing down. That's the 6th elimination, and one of the best players in the lobby to be taken out.
He is playing this smart, and again, sometimes we can get critical of these more aggressive attitudes, but if you're hitting your shots, if you're playing it correctly, I've got nothing to criticize. That EMP used to perfection, and now the rotation, kind of perfection as well. Just in the edge here, Reckless Railway. As you can see, it truly is a close circle now. The zone is starting to close further and further, and the players being forced into these engagements as before, where they could avoid them, but curious to see how this changes once we get to these elevation changes within this eastern side of the map. Like we've talked about, these snowy areas, hills and mountains abundant. So it's really going to be up to these players to hit these shots from a distance if they want to take the win.
Artix overlooking. We hit those. Another elimination. That'll make it 7. So for everyone at home, if you can't do the math, that's 14 points, and we're not even in the top 10 yet. Already racked up for We Hit Those. Arctics, 2 in turn. A solid position here on the outskirts. Just overlooking, playing the overseer of this lobby as everyone else is pretty scattered evenly across the horizon, and it seems like Arctics will find the zone as it pulls their way. No problems there, only being one of the 2 players inside this next circle. Just trying to rotate over. Thought about maybe taking the other hilltop, but to be honest, Arctics, you're in a great spot here. Just try and put down some pressure to keep players away from you.
Oh no, Arctics. I can understand the intention here. Try to get further up the mountain to give yourself a better vantage point, but I don't know that's necessarily going to help you. You had cover on you. You do technically have bunkers in your inventory, but I would rather you save those for late game. With 14 players left in a relatively wide open circle, putting yourself into these positions, forcing yourself to use utilities that would be better served at the very end of the game could end up being your downfall, especially considering that nobody has pointed out Arctics yet. Nobody has an idea, but every player that they are taking sniper shots at have an advantage over them. They have the height advantage, so not sure what the strategy is there, but we'll have to check back in on them a little bit later. For now, we'll look into what I believe is our current elimination leader in this lobby. We hit those with 7 total already, and if I'm being honest, I think this is just the start for them.
And I love this strategy. They identified that majority of the lobby is using vehicles to try and get around the circle. So by picking up these EMPs, if you connect with a vehicle, it takes it out of commission. You can no longer drive it, so the player is forced to jump out and fight you, regardless of where they are. And it has been utilized perfectly here by We Hit Those to pull up 7 eliminations. Try to connect on another one, but gets a nice little refresh there to cap it off. But again, continuing the W key.
I kind of feel like that's a lot of the players we're seeing right now. It's interesting. We're highlighting and looking in on a lot of the players that are getting super aggressive, and some other players are not necessarily doing that. We've got the players who are the complete opposite of where they are playing very passive. So I don't know. It's a weird in-between right now of where I want to see more aggression, but I also want to see more players maybe try to take a reserved approach here. Zartix has played somewhere in between, and it just continues to have my nerves at an all-time high. With 13 players left, a single mistake could be the difference between making it to those final zones, getting a decent amount of points for placing top 10, and walking away with only a handful here. Artex looks like they might try to getting a couple more points based off of eliminations, and same with We Hit Those, who seems to be taking shots over and over again here. And I think that's their either 8th or 9th elimination so far.
Arctics looking for more. It connects! Woo! The headshot snipe off the shockwave. You can't stop him now. There's the 3rd. No problems there. He's wielding it like it's a shotgun. And it's gonna pay off. He gets the refresh, everything he can need, and straight back up to the bunker. What a shot, Bass.
Incredible shots from a lot of our players at this point, and this is why we have said that there is a world where these shots with a sniper from a more exposed area can work out, because if you do put a target on you and you're just a better shot than your opponent, you're going to be able to get them before they get you. But at the same time, it's concerns of stuff like this. XTPG taking shots at Arctics from a distance, which then force them to pop a bunker and retreat again. This is why we say having those porta bunkers on you are oh so valuable. Arctics, though, will pick up another one. Same with Busy, who actually gets traded there from that Arctics elimination. Under 10 players to go, and with such a weird zone pull here, I'm curious how this will end up.
XD glancing over. 1 medallion in their inventory to heal back up, and the Enforcer AR mythic variant. Not exactly my favorite. I think I'd rather pick up a rock? I don't know what to call it. I do not like this weapon, Bass. I cannot lie to you. I am not a fan, but you know, it does do high damage, so maybe their aim's better than mine. I'm not sure. I'd much rather have a loadout like Arctics here, to be honest with you. The Frenzy and the double sniper, we know how powerful it is, but this player wants to take them out right now, and then you see Arctics immediately turns online to try and take the fight, but it's gonna be Alpha Omega. Sends him back to the lobby, has the pizza to pop. 2 medallions straight in inventory, but he's being pressured by the lobby. Bunkers busted open. No option here but to try and weave back and forth or find some extra cover. Nothing left. Finds the bunkers in inventory. Stuck underneath, but we'll save them for now.
Alpha's really in between a rock and a hard place here for a number of different reasons. As they try and rotate out, they're going further downhill, which unfortunately for them is going to give them even less of a vantage point to be able to fight up against other players. But if they stay in this bunker with such low health, eventually somebody's going to attack them, and they're going to have to figure out how on earth they will survive. Again, 38 white health there is all that they have. They do have shields on them to heal up with, and they are going to try to play for a medallion here, which could end up giving them regeneration, and if they can pick it up, literally picking up everything else besides it, desperate to find some sort of health, and oh, that might be the key. Replays needs, but he needs to hit his shots. A huge chance to get this player exposed, but they missed the opportunity.
Replays about to break into the top 5 for the first time in this competition. Finds a bunker on the way to the next zone, but the entire lobby already finding themselves a position. So now Replays gonna become a target here for the rest of the lobby, but spots someone out immediately. Wants to try and take it to them. One charge on the Mythic. Straight into the box. Misses the mantle, but the player's already moving. Now has to try and close the gap. Knows that one's there. Looking for an opportunity to hit the clutch shot, and there it is. There's the green light. Taking straight to the skies. Up and over here. Replay still with overshield. Connects on the big shot, the big flick to claim the high ground.
They have the high ground, and they have one other player currently around them, and they seem to have an idea of where they are, but not exactly. They know they're lower than them. They know they're somewhere in that direction, but are they in a bunker hiding behind one, hiding naturally? A little bit of all of the above. My goodness, the entire cliff face in front of them. The only advantage they have right now is that if they are going to rotate, which both players will have to, they kind of have a decent vantage point to work with, the edge of the mountain here. The issue, though, is that they also know Replay still technically has a better vantage point to work with. You need to get out of here, Larry. Use a good one.
No.
I don't think it's going to work. Barely inside the zone. They just need to stay alive long enough that they're going to be able to have this give them a point where they can stand on 14, down to 4, and no more. We will have a Replays VR here in the Intel Next Gen Rumble.
He's the host for a reason, Bass, and he was due for a win. That's just where the experience, the resume, it all kicks into gear. He took the high ground. He took the fights when he needed to. And of course, he hits those snipes. Come on now. We know FaZe Replays, man. He's on FaZe for a reason. He hits those snipes. The quick flick, the big pump shot to close the game. Congratulations to Replays. It's great to see him up there clutching up in this tournament, man. He was due for a win, and he needed to kind of do something big to push himself back up this leaderboard in contention.
Oh, and he absolutely did more than something big there. I got to give him so much credit for the way that he played those final zones. Talked about it. A lot of players, every single one in my opinion, that overexposed themselves while in those mountainous zones ended up getting exposed because on their rotations, people already had eyes on them. So when they go for the rotation, it's bullets flying from everywhere. If you just bunker down, play carefully, and then snipe like you were seeing out of Replays there, you don't attract as much attention, which allowed him to watch those players rotate into the next zone, take shots from a distance, and watch as they get popped off one by one rather than him having to keep the target. Really well played out of Replays there. I have to feel for their opponent in that top 2, though. Literally, just a slightly further down zone, and they have places to stand on, especially considering the rotation was in their favor. Creep was going to have, or not Creep, excuse me, Replays was going to have to go over the whole mountain, but without any platform to stand on while the rotation of the zone is happening, it's just unlucky.
I like the thought process there, right? You want to use a Flowberry Fizz and then just Shockwave to try and get in front of the zone and then run in from the front end. But there really was no way to go. Maybe they could have went vertically. It's a rough rotate, but regardless, their decision-making to put themselves in that position at least secured the top 2. So solid play there regardless. Replays pulling up the victory royale there in the end, man. We saw some new faces in this competition as well. We hit those, showing out massively as well, racking up the closest we've seen to double-digit eliminations this competition so far, and we still have more games to go.
Oh, we have a couple more games to go, but only a couple. So as we look back upon the replays here, recognize that this is going to mean a lot, especially for players like Cross Ace Unite, like Yegg, who they just eliminated there, because this means we have crossed the halfway point. So if you haven't established yourself by now, we've got only 2 games to do so. And unfortunately, it was a lot of this early fights. We saw over half the lobby eliminated before we even got to our 3rd zone.
And again, this is where we saw, right, the players who positioned early, fought for those power spots, were the ones that made it into those later zones. And the emergence of this strategy, right, we hit those, carrying the EMPs through the end game. not just using them to clear bushes, but this was the classic. Straight into the vehicle, and immediately the player stuck with no option but to fight Sharksman, not able to escape here. We saw he hit those, do this multiple times to find those original eliminations, and the Riot Shield showing once again, you don't need an inventory if you have the firepower.
The reality is that the Riot Shield can be useful, but as we've seen, the level of this lobby continues to elevate. These players know how to hit their shots, and as great as it is to block some shots, if you can't block literally all of them with that Riot Shield, it won't matter. And again, this is what we talked about. Those players who rotated early, who exposed themselves, eventually would get third-partied. Alpha gets the elimination here, but they don't last long. As you can see, Dom from behind, third parties abundant in these final moments.
What a play there. I was sad that we missed it, but really cool to see this kind of fight for the high ground. Of course, we know replays coming out on top here to secure the victory royale. Did he spot him out down below this entire time? You can see him, the vertical strategy. You can just see him there. There really isn't an option left for Larry Strikes here. It doesn't really matter. I don't even think with the perfect shockwave, there was any way out of this zone.
No, you could tell. It's one thing if they are unaware of where they are exactly. We theorized a lot at the end of that game of whether or not replays actually understood that that player was at the bottom of the mountain, hiding in a bunker or somewhere in between. Then when we look back upon the replay and see that he's literally looking at him, just kind of staring him the entire time, there was no way that was going any way but for phase replays here. And has that shaken up the leaderboard now is the big question. Again, got a lot on the line here. $10,000 contract with Intel and a brand new gaming PC for elimination leader means this is going to be all the more important, as again, we're halfway through the day. So if you haven't established yourself now, I don't know if you're going to today.
I don't know yet, but let's check out the leaderboard from last game. We know the results from this one, but at least we can see where people start to stack up. And of course, we know Creep was the one to pull out the victory royale, so right up there at the top. But we had Ignale, the game one victory royale, and still at the top of this leaderboard in contention for first place, just 1 point off. And as we trickle down, we see Dom at 24, Artix at 24, Veneer at 24. I mean, Beth, it is way too close to call this one.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to remind people again, this is our replay coming, or excuse me, our leaderboard coming out of game number 2. So this is going to be updated very soon. So while we did theorize that Creep might have snuck into first place after that second game victory royale, the question is hasn't been able to hold on to it as we exit out of game 3, where players like Dom, who was hot on his tail, 6 behind, maybe been able to, as I believe both of those players placed top 5 in this one as well. My goodness, it really does kind of feel like players are starting to not only turn up, but they are starting to truly play to the best of their abilities. I have to imagine that also FaZe replays in 18th before this game took a VR and some eliminations. He's probably popped himself up into the top 5.
I mean, easily, right? I mean, the victory royale was 20 points in itself, plus some eliminations on top of that. I think he got 3 or 4, so maybe even 8 points. He's in contention for sure. Breaking that 30-point threshold is going to be the sweet spot, I think, for most players right now. If you're above 30 points, you are absolutely still capable of winning and taking home the first place position in that $10,000 brand deal. You just need to make sure you lock it in, tighten up here for the last 2 games, and just basically execute, man. You just need to make it into the end game and just frag out, man. Don't worry about the Riot Shield. It's not working out in these lobbies anymore. I was still considering it as a viable strategy up until this point, but nah, not anymore, Bass. It just ain't gonna run.
Well, we got to figure out what strategies our players going to run with here. We've seen the elimination heavy, we've seen the placement heavy, and we've seen a little bit of in between. But what we will see, the outcome of all of that when we return from this break. Game 4 and 5 just around the corner. So why don't we throw you guys over to a couple more interviews and talks with our players. Oh, wait. Maybe not quite ready for this one yet, as I'm hearing behind the scenes that we might be taking a second here as maybe Ben, are we going to get a chance here to get an updated leaderboard, or are we going to have to wait a couple moments?
We might be taking a quick, might take a quick little look at some prize pools, but regardless, man, we'll continue to talk about this leaderboard, dude, because there's so much to speculate about. There's a lot on the line for these players, and again, let's go ahead and recap it, right? You want to reach one of these echelons. Even if you're a viewer at home watching, right? You still got something to fight for if you're in the chat right now, right? We have our grand prize, $10,000 contract to become a Intel gaming influencer in 2024, as well as the most tournament eliminations, take home a entire powered by Armory Gaming PC and Intel. You have a social media champion. All participants to create and share their 5 Intel social media posts. You can enter to win a Core i9 14900K processor and a ARC A770 graphics card, as well as for your viewers at home. I know you guys are watching. If you're watching the action take place, you might as well go ahead and enter. Go ahead and go over onto YouTube. It's exclamation point giveaway. Enter to win yourself a Sparkle Intel Arc A750 Titan OC Edition graphics card, man. If you're playing on PC right now, or if you're not on a PC already, get yourself over onto a system and you can start right here and now. And of course, Intel is the way to go. Come on now. I know all my PCs got some Intel stuff that we're rocking today. Bass, I'm sure you do as well. It's just the way to go. Come on.
It is the way to go, and it is a way that we will follow in a little while. Now we do have those little that little in between ready for you guys for a quick break. So take about 5 minutes, and when we return, we will have games 4 and 5 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere. This is the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. We'll be back in just a moment.
AKA Pac-Man. I'm a Call of Duty content creator that has expanded into Fortnite and Counter-Strike, and that is something I really enjoy doing. I enjoy making funny
All right, I'll be
content,
back.
and
We
I
got
enjoy
5
playing
minutes.
games and
What's
messing around with the boys. Complete honesty, I started gaming at a very young age, and it made me always want to be like a professional gamer. But I got into content accidentally when I was trying to grow my stream as a professional gamer. Turns out that I enjoyed doing just weird things and just having fun. People enjoyed that too, and it just kind of stuck. And I've been kind of making content ever since I would like to say probably like since 2010, I've been making content. On and off, different aliases, this, that, and Pac-Man finally stuck. I mean, I always enjoyed gaming. I've had like basically every console. Growing up, alhamdulillah, I was very lucky. You know, I had an uncle who was very young, so he would get every console. He'd get bored of it very quickly, so it'd get passed down to me. So I've had everything from like into everything. Like there was this weird console I had, which was like a Sega collab as far as I can remember, which took cassettes and discs. So gaming's always been like my thing. But it wasn't until Modern Warfare 2 in 2009, I'd like to say, that it really became something that I wanted to do for a living. I feel like my uniqueness is just always wanting to be myself. I don't want to change it for content. I don't want to change it for anything. I am the way in my content and in my streams that I am in life. I'm literally exact same. I do the same stuff. I mess around with my friends with the same Pakistani Johnny voice. You know, I have the characters that I do on stream and on content. That's literally what I do in life. Tim the Tap Man will be #1. I've talked about him multiple times. Like, that man's done a lot for me. Courage JD will be a very high one. I loved watching Courage growing up. I loved seeing how he went from where he started to him now being co-owner of 100 Thieves. It's incredible. Those would be like top 2. Dr. Disrespect would be up there, #3. I love Doc. I love his stream quality. I love the production level. That's someone I aspire to be. That kind of production quality, oof, one day. To show my own people that, listen, if you have an accent, don't let it hold you back. It doesn't mean anything. Right? Like the whole reason Pakistani Johnny with the whole, oh my God, guys, hello, how are you doing? It came about just as a way of messing about and seeing that, listen, man, you can have laughs. Don't let an accent hold you back from, you know, achieving your dreams, things you want to do. There's so many people I know that are great creators that would not make videos just because they're scared to talk. Right? And I want it to be kind of a glimmer of, like, you know, hope, like, yo,
I think
it's
you stepped
okay,
away again,
do it,
so
it's
I think we'll
fine.
be back in a
It's
second.
different from every creator. I
I'm
feel like
back.
that's for me personally. I would say the thing that I found success with is always just being myself. I don't believe in following trends per se. I don't like following trends because as a content creator, you want to make something that you enjoy posting, not because it's a trending, whatever. And you might get a few views on it, you might get followers from it, but what do those followers really mean if they're not there for your content, right? I wouldn't say it's a challenge per se, but one of those like I made it moments in the industry was, one, the Intel partnerships. Being able to work with Intel over and over is an insane thing, considering I grew up back in the day with Intel Core 2 Duos. Content creation contributes to gaming in the way where you show people how certain games can be played. that they don't have to be played the typical way, like playthrough games, for example, where there's a certain story way to play it, but there's also a fun way to play it, where you just mess around. There's weird things you could do. And I guess you wouldn't normally know that if it wasn't for content. My community per se has kept me through a lot of dark times. Having people around me, people that genuinely care about me. With our stream, the people we have are not necessarily regular viewers. It's more like at this point, they're part of my family. They're loyal people that are there every single day. Adaptability is a tough thing in this career. As a content creator, you know you're gonna have to consistently change things up in order to keep growing or stay relevant. With me not following trends, it does make it a little bit harder because there's always a trend you could follow that, you know, keeps your account in the loop. With my content per se, it's a little bit harder. Like I'm going through it right now where I'm like figuring out, okay, I had Venom, I had Pakistani Johnny. What's next? How do I evolve it further? I get it's still doing well, everything does great, but how do I take it up a notch once again? Because Pakistani Johnny was a level up from Venom the first time, right? It's about evolving the content without losing yourself.
We are back yet again with the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. My name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by Ben K, and we are back with some replays from our third game of the day. Ben, we've got 5 total here. We are over halfway through them, 4 just on the horizon, and a leaderboard on the horizon that's probably going to shake up a lot of our expectations through the beginning of this day.
Yeah, I'm starting to look as they update things in this leaderboard, and I have to say, I don't think it's what people expect at home. It's looking interesting. Hopefully, we'll be able to get you guys an update as soon as possible. But man, dude, the action has been nonstop. We've seen a bit of everything as far as zone pulls as well. We finally got that north zone pull. We saw a little bit of that mountainous zone in game 2 where it was pulling over those really high highs, those really low lows. But now we saw the most severe that we've ever seen in any of these games so far, straight to the north, the highest mountain in the game. Replays brawling for that high ground position and able to claim it, which ended up yielding him the victory royale, of course. And we're just getting started, man. I mean, this is back half though. These players need to make adjustments very quickly because they're running out of time.
Yeah, they are running out of time. We've got 2 games left here, and at this point, there's so much to play for that these players need to make every single move carefully. Again, for those that do not know what is happening here today, we've got 5 total games where you can earn points through either eliminations or you can get it through placement. As you can see, all of these games are going to be custom, solo, 0 build battle royale. Like we mentioned, 5 total games here, and regardless of the finish, you will still be eliminated at least 2 points per elimination, which has been the strategy of a couple of different players. As like we mentioned, the winner is going to get a decent amount of points here, 20 going to first place for whoever can get that VR. But it's not just the fact that they are playing for placement, not just the fact that they're playing for points, but they're playing for 2 different things at the moment. A contract with Intel, a $10,000 Canadian contract with Intel as a creator, as a gaming content maker, and brand new gaming PC to the elimination leader at the end of these 5 games. Ben, I'm kind of in between here. I want both of these prizes. Although I cannot get either one of them, I have to imagine for a lot of these players going into these final games, they really do have to strategize. What one of those is more obtainable? Which one can you play towards? How do you strategize going into these final games?
I'll tell you straight up, even if you can't see the leaderboard, man, you need to play more aggressively. If you are not in the top 5 right now, which is fairly easy to calculate on your own, or at least based on your own past performances, I'll tell you right now, if you're not above 30 points, you need to be fighting more people. You have to make sure you are fighting people, getting a couple of eliminations, and if you do not have the best possible loadout going into endgame, you need to be fighting more people. You need to go and run at somebody, take some more aggressive snipe shots, some more aggressive peeks, whatever it takes, because if you don't have 4 bunkers, a grappler, or at least a TMNT mythic, you're not going to have a chance to win this game.
No, the reality is that if you're not coming into these fights prepared for whatever strategy you want to play with, again, there are multiple viable ones at this point. If you want to play with bunkers, you can. If you want to play with a riot shield, you can. If you want to play with strictly movement items, you can. We saw all of these be viable in the last game. We need people to do is figure out a strategy and stick to it. We've seen too many players get complacent, try and play the in-between, and it doesn't work out. Granted, if you want to, it can work out. As you can see right below us, we do have our top 5 players, at least at the moment, and I'm gonna be real. Only one of these players has really surprised me, and it's We Hit Those. The turnaround from this player in that last match, my goodness, was it a ramp up.
I mean, it only takes one, right? I mean, we talk about the elimination potential. We hit those. We saw them with 7. That's 14 points. That's almost half of the total tally that We Hit Those has. So if you're at home right now, maybe you start carrying some EMPs. The players that are in the vehicles that try and play more of that placement style of the strategy, those are the ones that you want to spot out. The ones that keep running. They're running. They're running. You're like, hey, maybe this person's not as confident taking a gunfight with me. That's where you pull out that EMP and you throw it. You try and get them out of that vehicle as fast as possible to end the fight and immediately go on to the next. Working your way down, though, no surprise. It's WTJ Creep right up there at the top of the leaderboard. We talked about him during the mid game, right? Already has a victory royale on the day. Just needs to stay consistent. Everyone else is playing catch up, and catch up they are. Dom now getting closer and closer. 3 points behind Replays, only 4 points behind Ardix. Same position, 4 points behind Fast. The scores are so close, I don't think anybody is safe.
I mean, to be fair, you did predict this exactly how you're supposed to. You said if you're above 30 points, you're probably in a good position. Anybody outside of that's got to catch up. And look at what the threshold is to make it into top 5. It's directly above 30. This guy might play a little bit of zero build. He might have some earnings. Who knows? Maybe an expert in this field.
Okay.
But look, I gotta give you credit where it's due, and I have to give credit to our top 5 as well. We're starting to see the consistency is really the biggest thing here. Creep had one bad game. It was game number 1. Since then, they have been in the top 5 for the last 2 games, including the victory royale. Dom, the same idea. We didn't see a lot of him in game 1, but after game 2 and 3, he has established himself. So I want to see, are there any other players who are going to be able to get at least a little bit closer here into our top 10, into our top 20, and contest in these final couple games? Because Ben, we've seen enough Fortnite tournaments to know how this goes. By the end of these games, by the time that game 5 comes around, you're going to have some players that are straight fragging out, and I'm curious to see which ones are forced to and which ones do by choice.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a look, right? Let's not leave any more suspense for everyone at home. Let's check out that leaderboard, and here it is. Woo! Everyone, find your name, start to do the math. You need to figure out what kind of a game you need in these last 2 to take home that first place spot, and start to maybe figure out, it's like, hey, if my points are only eliminations, maybe I go for that top highest elimination prize. I can take home a PC if you're able to beat that as well. But again, everyone's going to be booting for that $10,000 brand deal. Everyone here, Trout, Yeg, News, Fungus, FNX, these are the players that need to clutch up big. And even still, if you're in the top 20 right now, it's still very possible. We hit those skyrocket up into the top 5 just with a single game performance. So everything is on the line starting right now because you have no more room for error. These are the final 2 games of the Intel Next Gen Rumble. Bass, I cannot wait. Game number 4 is underway.
I want people to pay attention to those players, not actually in the top 10 right now, but to pay attention to the ones that are on the verge of it, because there are multiple capable players who are going to use this game as a chance to get them into contention once again. It's one thing if you are 10 points out of the leaderboard and you're, relatively close, but if you're 10, 20 plus behind going into that final game, it is a quite literally must-win situation. You need to get in and do the best possible. Every elim, every placement matters all the more. So I want to pay attention to players like Sharkman, pay attention to players like Nevify, who are on the verge of getting themselves into the chance to win this competition, but aren't quite there yet. So, as we hop into this game, players like Young Ignali also, I want you to pay attention to. I think they were in 6th place coming into this one, correct? 30 total points or about that, so they will also have a target on their back here. I like the drop, I like the ideas, but I think you already heard that one, Ben. Their shot's already fired.
And this is an interesting drop, right? We spoke about it just last game, I think, when we checked in with them off spawn, but it's outside of this medallion POI of Grand Glacier, so it gives them an option. He can rotate in, try and fight for it to get their hands on the medallion, but more often than not, Ignali, being just outside the top 5, is not going for a medallion off spawn. Just takes the loot, rotates away, and prioritizes positioning. It knows that, hey, if I'm gonna get a medallion, if it's in the cards for me, it'll present itself later on in the game, and he doesn't force anything, and it's paying off really, really well. Just needs to capitalize on a couple more fights, and he can seriously make a run here for this first place finish.
Well, they're making a run for somebody right now. I think they believe someone's in this house down here, and I'm actually sure if this is true. They're still also kind of fishing for the EMP, if you will. But overall, not a bad start here for Ignalai. I'm interested to check in on them later in the game to see how they're feeling. Speaking of checking in on them, we hit those. Glad we already checked in on them already, because they already have an elimination. I saw it in the feed earlier. Didn't want to mention it. It's Shrike, who unfortunately does go down again. Shout out to our creator and Shrike, who did a couple of interviews for us today. They were awesome, and we appreciate them. Unfortunately, the game doesn't seem to appreciate him, as he has been eliminated early in multiple of our matches. I think last time we watched as News chased him down as he was eliminated in something like 50th place.
They're starting the game off strong. Just kind of searching on the outskirts here, and I like this. Classic core, it's a solid drop spot that's usually not too contested, which allowed him to loot up very quickly and immediately back with the same strategy. EMPs and inventories holding him. Here's the vehicle, and this player has no idea what's coming. There's the volley. The bunker immediately out, though, so at least he's poised to strike, and he's not going to be able to do it this time. Nevify, an early exit in last game, is not going to let it happen again.
He's standing his ground, and he's doing so with some aggression. 2 eliminations of the only 11 we have seen so far. This man is ready for his revenge tour, and I'm gonna be real, I've already bought tickets to it, especially when frontrunners like News are already gone, and Fortnite Dad. That is 2 players that were both within our top 25.
This opens the door for so many of these players to do big things. And there goes another Ignalai, the one to do it. We talk about not forcing engagements in the early game, and that is exactly why. Nevify, though. We know Bass. You know Bass. What he's capable of. He's won multiple championships in the collegiate space, in zero build specifically. So now to see him fully aware of the games that he's going to need to show out here. But Cross States Unite, similar boat. The clutch up potentials, but the pizza. A lot of HP back in a short time. Is the player aware? It seems like they're going to try and force a disengage rather than the fight itself. Straight back onto the pizza box. Just trying to stock up here. Shove some slices in your pockets. Cross eights. Still going quiet now. Trying to reduce those audio cues to get the rest of the HP back into it. Honestly, a lucky bailout here to be able to find these many pizzas. Otherwise, you could have imagined that fight could have went sour.
Yeah, that got really close getting dangerous here, but unfortunately, that's kind of what it is at this point, is that these players need to engage in these fights carefully. If they think they can win it guaranteed, go ahead, but if you believe that there's even a chance of you getting exposed, you need to run like Dom is here. Into the building quickly, knows that if they are going to approach, he's at least going to get an audio cue before they enter in. Healed up to at least 180, plus he's got his overshield, trying to heal all the way, and he will. But he also knows that this fight's about to happen, whether he likes it or not. Where are they? Charging through the door. Shotgun shots in his favor. Now it's his turn to chase. Down the stairs, into their face, and goodbye. Abonautics out of the lobby.
I'm not gonna lie, Bass, I thought it was Nevify for just a moment. I saw the same outfit on, and I was like, oh no. Clash of the Titans here to see Dom and Nevify go head to head. They're close by to each other, but at least both of them still in the running this game. And now that first zone will present itself. Not too bad. Pretty centrally located around Reckless Railways. Across its Unite still having a ball here inside of fencing fields. A lot of struggles here to try and make something happen. Still working through. No! Nevify. Crossing through Nevify. We see him exit in the feed. Did I miss it?
Yeah, it's another one. He's gone. He's gone out of this lobby. And again, another chance for our player to catch up into the top 20. I will say, he still does get good points. I think that was 10 to him based on the fact that he got eliminations. Cross, can't say the same. Cake, though, might. Cake Man, 4 elims with 36 players left. They have started into this game aggressively.
This battle for fencing fields has been a back and forth all night. Everyone here knows the power of the assault rifle if you can get your hands on it. The Cake Man has always seemed to find himself a couple of eliminations here, but not sure if he's been able to actually leave the POI. with the weapon yet. Still fighting for it. You still see that the medallion is still there, so nobody been able to collect it quite yet. And Cakeman resetting for a moment, throwing the EMPs at the vending machine. For anyone at home who isn't aware of the strategy, throwing the EMPs at the vending machine adds a little bit of this glitch effect, and it'll drop a good amount of gold for you. You can basically do this on repeat and infinitely collect as much gold as you like, which is useful for buying big pots or med kits out of the vending machines themselves, or going to the weapon attachment workbenches and gearing out your weapons in the exact way that you like, which could give you the edge in the moment.
They have the edge for right now, but I don't really know it's necessarily going to be enough. We've seen this so many times throughout these games. You come in with an idea and a strategy of what you want to make your loadout look like, how you want to build yourself. And then by the time that we figure out where these zones pull, it's either viable or it's completely left you out to dry. Right now for Trout, I think they're doing just fine. They found themselves a good loadout. They got EMPs. They've got short and close range weapons. The thing that they don't have is ammo. 65 in that AR. Trout, you better hope you do not get into a fight here and have to fight from a distance, because not only do you not have any porta bunkers on you to take said fight, you don't have the ammo to take the fight either.
It's so funny because after last game where we saw we hit those utilizing the EMPs on vehicles, it seems like every player is trying to replicate the same, or at least the ones that are aggressive and have some ground to make up on the leaderboard. It's a great strategy. I don't blame them, but with everyone utilizing the vehicles, it starts to get a little bit scary. It starts to make you question, is it really worth it to draw such attention to yourself while being in a vehicle? Or are you better off just playing on foot and playing out? Because Trout disables the vehicle and now starts to deal damage to them himself. But they're quick to go ahead and use the TMNT items and rotate away. Trout, not exactly in hot pursuit, but repositioning at least for the time being.
For the time being, but I'm not really sure where they're repositioning to. I get that they're trying to hold the edge of the map here, but they're still kind of keeping themselves exposed. Sin might also be getting exposed here or charging in. You have your entire shield drop and your decision is to go closer to the bullets. Okay, bold one. Let's see how it pays off, as it won't. There goes Sin. Young Ignali takes another.
That will be 2 in total for Ignali. They're looking still with the sniper. So powerful. We see Trout fall on the elimination feed. Ignali's just pre-firing the bush. Knows the player's inside, so just letting them know. It's like, I know you're there. I might not be able to fire too many shots or connect too many on you, but I know you're in the bush and you have nowhere to go. Trying to pinpoint where there's at. Maybe he'll start to panic or scramble outside of it, and that's where he can start to look with the sniper. But the player fires back. Connects on a big shot there. This is where the medallions come into play. You see Ignali start to tick back up. And we'll cap it at 150 total HP, plus the overshield, so 200 in total. Will keep him in this fight.
Ooh, and he'll get some extra shield on top of that. The big pot coming in at the right moment here, although I'd like to see them utilize that sniper. They're around all of these high vantage points, and when they're actually going to use that to their advantage. Seems like not. They're actually heading down the mountain at the moment here, so check back in on see how that works out for them in a little while. Instead, we'll tune in to Can't Teach It, who hasn't exactly been able to do all too much so far. 0 eliminations to them, but they're looted up in case this fight happens, and I think that it's required. Yup, here comes the slide in, and before we can even see who they're fighting, they are gone. Cakeman, what is that? Yeah, their 6th elimination.
Whoa! 6 elims this early on with 30 still remaining. I had an inkling suspicion that this might happen, where players start to come online in these last 2 games, realizing they have a point deficit to make up, but this is to another level. Cakeman, 888. The best possible loadout, EMPs and inventory, and immediately on to the next pursuit. Here's the shots in the distance and starts looking for a third party.
Is he going to find it, though? There are 3 players in front of him. The odds are likely, in my opinion, I just want to see them take the shots. I want to see you start this engagement, because I'm going to be real cake. I don't care how many players you were fighting against. I pretty much guarantee you will take it every time. They do. Crazy turnaround there. Ignali got eliminated by replays. Cakeman gets an elimination, and all the players that were in front of him, gone.
I think Cakeman's starting to realize somebody else got one of those eliminations, and 2 players going for the loot at the same time. The car's disabled straight into the bunker. This might be replays. And immediately runs away, leaving majority of the loot there for Cakeman to swoop up. Down now. 7 bunkers in Cakeman's inventory. some not lacking in cover by any means, and this will just supplement the aggressive strategy. And I like the swap here. Cakeman knows, like, hey, I'm getting really comfortable fighting in this lobby, so I really don't need to be carrying these extra bunkers.
Not only that, but also, if this loot is here, use it as bait. You got the sniper on you. You know there are players. Wait for your moment. Take the shots, just like right now. He did exactly as he was supposed to, and it'll pay off with the VR winner. Gone. Replays. 8th elimination for Cakeman.
Just such a solid play there to reposition. Replay's not aware of where the shots were coming from. Tries to dash over the top using the TMNT Mythics, but Cakeman will punish him. That's 8 eliminations, the highest we've seen today. Already racking up 16 points with barely any placement points on the board.
I gotta say, Cakeman, you might be the player to watch for the rest of the day because, again, we've seen players get some eliminations in these lobbies. The most I've seen so far, I believe, was 7 or 8, and that was to the last one with We Hit Those. The fact that Cakeman has done this with 20 players still left, Ben, I have a feeling they're probably now contesting for the most eliminations out of any player, not just in this lobby, but overall on the day. Like we mentioned before, you're not just competing for that $10,000 Intel contract, you are also competing for a brand new, souped-up gaming PC brought to you by Intel. And if he keeps getting eliminations like this, doesn't matter if he's getting that main contract, because he's a couple points behind, he might still walk away a winner of that PC.
And with fourth zone and 21 players remaining, the pace that Cakeman is pushing right now, we're in 20 bomb territory.
Oh, yeah.
He could easily get this done if he continue to fight, but there's a lot of players in this lobby that want to play spoiler. Cakeman looking, though, moving back towards island, and I like this decision. Move back away from the dead side of zone where a lot of the more positioning proficient players are going to be, and move back towards the congested side. Where are the players that are making mistakes and rotates? The ones that maybe are not as familiar in a zero build competitive scenario. He's going to go and contest for island straight up and over. Is there anybody on the point? Nobody there. Actually, I spoke too soon. Cakeman straight on. Dueling across the way with the player with the riot shield. Does a lot of damage. Has to dip back to try and recover for a moment. And you see another player starts to contest as well. Now there's 2 up the top. Cakeman gets the crack. Has to decide, is it worth it? Connects on the sniper shot. There's the green light. 2 players low. Over the edge. Grappling down. This is where it starts to get a little bit confusing because there's so many rifts and so much passive mobility. It's very easy to run around the Rift Island.
The big thing that he's got at his advantage right now is that mythic AR that should be able to snipe anybody out of the air. Speaking of which, there he's going to use it, but the concern is you have to hit your shots. Cakeman, I think that's a full clip that doesn't make any contact. Shotgun going to be necessary, but again, this isn't exactly the same caliber as mythic, so maybe try one more time. He can't hit a grapple, though, and misses the opportunity for a quick sneak up, and oh, that's got to hurt, but probably not as much as, I don't know if you saw that, Sharkman eliminating Dom. That was one of our top 5 players now that doesn't even get a chance to fight in the top 20, and neither will Cakeman.
Rooks coming in to ruin the day. Cakeman making the legendary run. 16 points in eliminations. That's going to add well to the total, and I'm sure keep them up in contention, but it's not going to be enough in this game to claim that first place spot. Rooks been a contender this entire tournament, now showing why. Knew that, hey, there's an overly aggressive player somewhere close by. Maybe I can bait him into running up here, because you have to assume, right, somebody who's firing off so many shots and chasing down so many players, they've got to have good loot, and now Rux is going to have their hands on the Mythic Frenzy and the Mythic AR. The creep is on the back end. Still the same drop every single game. He has a strategy, and he's stuck to it the entire competition. 0 eliminations, but everything he could want in terms of loadout.
Everything he could want if he can get the loadout over this hill. Look, I get the idea here. It's because the launch pad's at the top of the hill. Creep, do you not realize that you're like 5 feet away from the edge of the zone, my friend? You don't necessarily need to take this launch pad. I get it. It'll give you a much better vantage point as you'll be able to survey the entire area around you, but this feels like a lot of unnecessary health waste. Again, they do pull it off. It just kind of took a bit longer than I was anticipating for them to do so. But again, this is kind of what you have to do when you are in first place. When you're Creep, as much as it may feel like I have to get those eliminations, as much as it may feel like you want to take these firefights and try and extend your lead, it's better safe than sorry most of the time. And that's what we've actually already seen. Multiple players who have gone down early now don't even get a chance to advance themselves here in this fourth game.
I think this is a $10,000 partnership, and this is a life-changing opportunity for a lot of people. That's the validation they need to continue their content journey. And Creep already being the first place spot through majority of the games, just wants to play safe, but that just gives everyone else an opportunity to close the gap. Creep using that flow berry off the launch pad will give him that extra boost to make it all the way into this next zone, but it continues to pull in that direction. But now you'll see the jitters, right? You can tell the pressure is on the way that Creep is playing. He's very safe to check all of his corners, checking every bush, not leaving anything left to chance.
I don't want to check in on Shark, man. I've seen his name pop up a couple of different times there in the top left. It feels like he's finally getting that redemption game he's been looking for. Skidley not going to get that game. And speaking of which, it's Sharkman who gets the elimination. 5 total to him. I knew there was a reason I kept my eye on him. As again, coming into this game, he was, I think, either in 20th flat or just within our top 20. Now placing at least 2, I would imagine, somewhere close to the top 10 and 5 elims. This might be the turnaround necessary for Sharkman to keep him in contention for first place.
Sharkman has the experience in these lobbies, knows that putting pressure on. He can easily gauge the aggression based on their response, but he doesn't even need to respond or give them time to move. Just hits the headshot snipe, tries to dart over to find the loot, got the audio cue that another player was lurking, so just darts back to reset, playing ultra safe. Sharkman having a rough run in this competition so far. Outside of the top 10, I think barely within the top 15. So there's a lot of ground to make up, but with 6 eliminations and 12 points on that regard, looking like he's trying to make a run here. Top 15 now, so players, the placement is starting to roll. This is where you've done the hard part. You've made it through the mid game. We're now entering that end game kind of a phase in this, and everyone knows that, hey, these are the placements that count, the big points. This is where we'll find players with low loot and the refreshes that you need to try and make a run for the win.
They're trying their best, but again, this is where you have to play that in between. So many players are going to try to play a bit more passive here, especially for players like Sharkman, who have already gotten the eliminations. Look, if he finishes this game with 6 eliminations, that's already a good amount of points for him, especially considering the fact that if he gets into the top 10, it's at minimum because of the 4 you would get for a top 10. Total 16 points. That can accelerate you further than just up the leaderboard, but in, like we said, contention to win this entire competition. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, especially considering that, I don't know if you see where this half-and-half zone has pulled, but it is almost opposite to a majority of the players still remaining.
Sharkman finds another elimination in the feed as well. And this is interesting. Like you mentioned, pulls away from most of these guys. But the river, splitting it into half. Which side are you going to choose? If it pulls the opposite way, you could be punished for it. But again, Smallman trying to take advantage of the time he has here on this edge zone. Not in the next zone, but close by and in a great spot to hold these players out. Just looking, knows now there's a player bunkered up close by, so really not left with many angles to cover. Just peeking out the door. Knows there's at least one in front. Spots him out there, not able to connect, and the tree will give them cover. But again, that sniper in the right hands is a very powerful tool. More bunkers being lobbed out, and this is where it starts to get scary. Smallman getting a little bit greedy here to try and look for elimination potential on the edge of zone. Still needs to find a spot themselves in the zone.
Gotta say, I'm interested to see how the prevalence of snipers has really turned around today. Beginning of this day, we saw almost nobody doing that. They were almost completely going into close quarters combat fights. It was with the AR in hand or at minimum a shotgun. Now, a lot of players trying to opt for these distance battles, which unfortunately for Jay's army, I can't say the same. Goodbye to your vehicle and potentially goodbye to your chances in this game if you can't escape. They cannot. That's Rue getting another one here. We're down to our top 10.
Rue taking out some serious front runners in this competition. This is when everyone starts to try and duel back and forth, bunker to bunker, head to head. Roxy's looking. He knows zone pulls maximum distance as so many of these players rotating early and establishing themselves. It's hard to rotate early in these later zones, and nobody can really find themselves a spot in this zone as it is fully in the circle. So nobody's going to have to not move in this zone, and they'll see it there. Rux now stuck on the backside, so choosing to try and chase the player a little bit, maybe force them to get uncomfortable and use their own utility. We'll hop into the vehicle, over into the passenger seat, wait for somebody to walk by. A little bit of an ambush possibility. Small man, similar situation, caught out in the open as Sharkman still working in this lobby with 8 eliminations.
Sharkman went down to we hit those in that last lobby, and he took it personally. This man said, it's not happening again. I will get this VR, and I will be the champion here for the Next Gen Rumble. And honestly, he keep playing like this, I'll agree with him, especially as, my goodness, the lobby's starting to drop like flies. Rooks gets another one here, and they might have the best loadout we've seen so far. 3 mythics on them, including a mobility item.
And now you can see it scattered around, bunker to bunker. Everyone here having to make the big plays in the final moment. Rux with a nice little angle. Talk about pixel peaks. I can't even see through the wall, but Rux can. Finds their 8th to tie with Sharkman. So now everyone in this lobby nearing the double-digit elimination mark.
It's really going to come down to the 2 of them per elimination leader here in this lobby. Oh, Rooks probably put themselves in a poor position here, though. They're stuck underneath their bunker, and the unfortunate reality is there's 2 ways out. Yeah, either you break on out of it, or somebody comes into it via their bullets. There's no good between here, especially considering players know where they are. Look in the bottom right there. PV2, one of those players we talked to earlier today in the interviews, knows where Rooks is, knows where the rest of these players are, and knows that that high ground is going to be heavily contested. Maybe not by then, though, as another one, Sharkman, 1 elim. No, they're there. 10 elims to Sharkman.
It's so close. Too close to call at this point, and the zone pulls over the river. Sharkman being the first player in this tournament to break that double elimination threshold, still has medallions. No heals. Those medallions being the only thing to keep Sharkman in this game, healing him back up and over. I like this play. Moving early, finding one of the only natural cover positions in this zone. Creep goes down, Rux goes down. Sharkman finds 2, creeps the zone, and Sharkman out of the air. There's 11 in the highest elimination game that we've seen tonight. Sharkman, game 4, victory royale.
Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, Sharkman, a well-deserved VR. And not just well-deserved. Ben, that might change the entire day for him. We said this going into this game. He was on the verge of top 10, barely into the top 20, but he at least had enough points to keep himself in contention going into these final couple games. He's not just in contention now. I'm willing to bet that he's in first place. 11 elims, 22 points off of that, plus another 20 for the VR. That is probably more points than he has earned all day.
We talk about how the top 5, you wanted to be above that 30-point threshold. Sharkman gained over 40 points in 1 game. First place was what, 40 even?
I think.
46?
Yeah, something like that.
And I know Sharkman had some more eliminations and points on the board. Did more than enough. And we saw a lot of our front runners fall early in that game. I honestly think the only person that could really rival, we saw Creep and Rux in those end game moments. Creep could still hold on to it, I'm not sure, but 40 points is hard to rival.
It's not only hard to rival, but it's also hard to rival when you didn't have very many eliminations. We talked about this with Creep. His strategy in this one was to try and lurk on the outside, was to not get in these engagements, just to secure themselves that first place position going into the final game. I don't know if they've done that. They might have left a bit too much open for other people to work with. And unfortunately, other frontrunners went down early. We remember this fight. We hit those, did get Shrike, but very quickly afterwards, Nevify comes through and gets their revenge on them. So, again, it's one of these things where a lot of our frontrunners got these early engagements, and some of them didn't even have a chance to keep themselves in this competition.
It's all about using what you have available to yourself. And man, the EMPs are starting to show out. We saw Ignali with this crazy run in the early stages of this game, coming through, brawling with so many different players. We saw FaZe Replays get involved in this, and then we saw Cake Man, the early run, trying to play Disruptor, and this one cleaned up so many players in this side of the map, basically leaving nothing to decision, but just a small overextension at the island ended up being their downfall.
It makes sense, too. They're not expecting anybody else there. They had already been on the island fighting against that player for about a minute at that point. So what is to say that anybody's going to get involved in the fight? Unfortunately, they did. And this, best shot of the day, without a doubt. Sharkman, quick 1-2 with a sniper, and goodbye to what would have been their 6th opponent. Crazy thing is, Ben, by the end of this game, they almost doubled that.
Sharkman playing so well. Hill now basically shooting him up into contention. Just another player up in the mix with only 1 game to go. There's so much on the line, Bass, and it is so close.
It is so incredibly close at this point. So many players still in contention. Like we said with this one, the big issue for players like Sharkman, who would have, I would have said definitely were in the lead, is that his other opponents were still relatively here by the end of this game. Again, Creep, I think they placed 3rd overall, which at minimum is going to give them points off of placements, even if they didn't have that many eliminations. And again, it's difficult when you see these players that are trying to just secure a spot, still somewhat gain points, and you're trying to catch up. Sharkman, I think you're in the lead at this point, but theoretically, it could be anybody at this point. So many good players showing up in that last match, and unfortunately, some other players that weren't even showing up yet still built themselves up. I want to know where Cake Man is. Man had 8 eliminations. I don't care if he didn't get it into the top 10. Those elims alone are a ton of points.
No, Cake Man went absolutely insane. Rux went crazy. Creep went crazy. I honestly think you saying Sharkman's up in the first place spot. I think Rux is being a little bit undervalued here. Already up there in the top 10, plus securing those high number of eliminations. I think 8 or 9. Still solid to see. Everything's up in the air, man. I just want to see the leaderboard before game 5, because this is what it comes down to. 1 game to end the night.
It's 1 game, and it'll be here on the other side of this break. We're going to take another break to talk to another one of the players here in this tournament, and when we return, leaderboard update, the final game. Get ready for it. Take a look at these replays, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Fortnite Dad, and y'all know the game I play the most is Fortnite. Occasionally I'll play other games, but it's not very often. I try to stick to Fortnite because I really enjoy the game. It's one of my favorite games since I've been a kid. It took me away from COD, and I've never went back since. As soon as COVID came, I didn't think that like this world was actually a thing where you could stream and you know, make a living doing it. And ever since COVID, I started streaming a little bit, and I really like found like what I like to do is entertain people. I like to interact with people. I just enjoy my communities. Just like everything about being a content creator was like right up my alley. What inspired me a lot, I did watch Nick 830 before and FaZe Replays, and FaZe Replays is actually like my homie before I actually knew he was my homie. And yeah, no, I was watching them and going down that, like watching them, that's what I knew that's what I want to do. Why I want to share, like why I want to share content with other people is because I want to inspire the older generation and show them that like it doesn't matter what age you are, you can actually get into streaming and do what you love and follow them dreams, because like dreaming big, that's where it's at. Games, it was actually Fortnite. It's literally Fortnite that like I got into it. So when I first like saw Fortnite, I actually my son was playing it and I was like, oh, that's a weird game. I'm never gonna play that. And then I gave it a try and I enjoyed it so much that I started watching like other streamers and like YouTube videos, and I was like, dude, this is fun. And then COVID came along, and then I just actually like started, I was like, bro, I could do this. This is fun. I like to entertain people. I like to talk to people. I love You know, just being around people and my chat, my community. Best thing that could ever happen to me, honestly. Me as a creator, what separates me from a lot of people is I'm a little bit older, and also I'm more of like a funny character. I like to make people laugh. As you can see in some of my videos, I've been like pranking big content creators with like sending them food that's all like a messed up order, which is really great. I love it. But yeah, me being a dad of 2 kids and just trying to inspire, and I think that separates me a lot, being older, because now it's like it's a lot of younger kids taking the reins and going with it because it's like that gen. But I feel like being older, I might have a little bit of an edge there because I'm my dad. All right, so my favorite content creator is, I'm gonna put him at number 1, is FaZe Replays, which I know he's playing in this tournament. You guys gotta watch him. He's awesome. I love that guy. Clicks is another one of my favorite creators. And then I have Lacey, I watch a lot. He's a funny guy. And Cypher PK, Nick 830. I could go on, the list goes on forever, honestly. So I get a lot of my content ideas from my community, and I like to keep them involved, and I like to communicate with them. And then so when I order like some food for the content creator, for example, I would get my chat to be like, oh, make this order, but don't put no cheese, no sauce, no nothing on the pizza, just a slab of dough. And then we would get reactions out of the videos, right? So yeah, I want to push out a lot of positivity. I think that's good with the world that we live in today, and just want people to like love each other and get a good laugh out of, you know, life. There's no point in being always serious, and you know what I mean. Just enjoy yourself while you have the chance. You know, live life. I think that's one of the biggest ones for me. All right, if you're just trying to get started streaming, the best advice I could give you is be yourself. Enjoy what you're doing. If you don't enjoy it, it's not going to work. Build a community out of it, which is like just like chatting with chat. The communication is big. Be yourself is the main one. Is just be yourself. Enjoy yourself.
We are back with the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite and our final game of the day. Ben, we have watched 4 games, and we have watched 4 games of action-packed Fortnite. Every single one of these has had a new winner. Every single one of these has had a new star shine so bright. Unfortunately, we've only got 1 game left, though, to determine who is taking home that $10,000 contract, who's taking home that brand new PC, and really, who's taking home all of the prizes we have today.
Yeah, that's what makes this tournament so interesting, right? It's everyone gunning for that first place spot. Most tournaments, it's like a prize pool cascading down, but this one is number 1. Only first place is gonna take home the partnership, the $10,000 deal. Put your name on the dotted line and sign that thing, and only one person's gonna be able to get it done, man. We've watched the leaderboard get tallied up behind the scenes, man. It is driving me crazy to be able to show you guys. We saw Sharkman absolutely dominate last game. We saw Rux pop off, stay consistent, creep on the same boat, sticking to the strategy, playing textbook Fortnite. But what play style is holding that first place position? And we can see it now. Bass Sharkman, 57 points. Rux with 56. Creep with 50. Cake Man, the extraordinary mid-game pop off to get him to 46. And then Dom with 45. This is exactly what I thought this top 5 was going to look like. Maybe minus Nevify, but still, it is entertaining nonetheless, man. This is coming down to the wire. It's anybody's game.
It really is. At this point, any one of these players ends up taking the VR in the final one when any one of these players goes down early, and that is theirs for the taking at this point. Many a times, we've watched Fortnite competitions similar to this, where this happens, where players that are supposed to even keep themselves in contention going into these final games drop early, and all of a sudden, that placement that they thought would be guaranteed to them is gone out the window. For all of these players, they need to be so careful off their next drop. I like Sharkman going in and getting 11 eliminations, but one of those engagements goes wrong, and he's not even here to claim his victory at the end of this day.
And what's so funny is we talk about how issues off spawn can ruin a tournament. Most of the players here in the top 5 are landing relatively safe. Dom landing safe near Hazy. Creep landing safe out in the northern mountains every single game, just playing in zone. Same thing with Sharkman. Rux, I think Rux might be one of the only players that's landing at a named POI, I think. But still, I mean, everyone here, they are making sure that they are making it off spawn every game and just ideally fighting in the late game, unless of course you're Cake Man and then you're just him, right? You just every single person around you're gonna go after. But dude, the play styles are similar, but these players need to find a balance, right? If you're Sharkman, do you go for gold? Do you try and play aggressive in the last game to rack up eliminations, or do you play safe? If you're Dom, do you go land somewhere like a Fencing Fields that we know is contested every single game, and you try and get those eliminations off spawn? There's so much up in the air, and they're hard decisions to make, but every single one of these players is going to have to do something before we get on this battle bus. Bass, we're almost there, and I can't wait.
Well, before we get there, we got to show you guys the leaderboard. Take a look in at the rest of our top 20 here, as this is just our top 5, but there are a couple other players I want people to pay attention to going into this final game. You mentioned it, that 30-point threshold really is the important one. If you're under 30, you're outside our top 10. If you're above 30, you're in our top 10 and technically still are in contention to take this. Because again, a Victory Royale, that is 20 points. You get any eliminations on top of that, and you're getting even more. So, for those top 10 players, I want people to pay attention to them going into this final game, whether it's them getting eliminations or them getting eliminated. And if any of those players go out early, all of a sudden that is a spot on the leaderboard that is wide open for anyone else to take.
And still, these players, right? We just watched Sharkman with a 40-plus point game. Add 40 to your score right now. If you're up there in first place or the top 5, just do what he did. I say that like it's just something easy to do, but legitimately, just anybody near you, you need to go fight them. Take shots at them, make them get uncomfortable. If they bunker down, use your ammunition, spray down a wall, throw an EMP, whatever you can do, because this is your last game, your one and only chance to try and make it happen.
I mean, look, the reality is that it all comes down to this. We've been talking all day about making sure you give yourselves the correct foundation, doing all of these different things, but the problem is that if you don't perform well enough in Game 5, all of that does not matter. Literally at all. It all is gone in the blink of an eye. If we see any of those top 5 players immediately get eliminated off a spawn, that's it. They don't have a chance at first anymore. They are most likely going to lose it. The only players I can say that maybe are going to be somewhat safe would be our top 3 in Sharkman, Brooks, and Creep, because they are technically above that 50-point threshold. And just for making top 10, you get 4 points, but if you can't get a couple more points than that, you'll never pass them. So pay attention to that top 3. If any of them go down early, all of a sudden it's a race to beat whatever their point threshold was. And if you can do that, you take the dub home. But at this point, we have to sit and see. We've got round 5 just on the horizon. And Ben, I do want to remind everybody as well, it's not just that they're playing for this $10,000 contract based on their total points, it's also the elimination. So as we get into Game 5, pay attention. Who's getting elims and who's placing well?
The Intel Next Gen Rumble ends right after this game. We will crown a champion here in Season 2, just as we drop off the battle bus. Sniper Monkey gliding in, Dom gliding in, and Sharkman gliding in to try and hold on and finish out this competition. McDream dropping on the outskirts once again over the top of Classy Courts. So much on the line for these players. If you hadn't gotten aggressive up until this point, now is the time to do so. And they will right now, as we see an early contestation. 2 players straight onto the ground. One gliding in late. Vic Dream, assault rifle in hand, opts to try and dip back into the building to find some extra weaponry, maybe some shield. The Flowberries will have to do as the player now within the building itself. A little bit of CQB action. Just looking, no engagements yet. A little bit of a lull here as he peeks the corner, swings around the Flowberry, sending him up into the sky. The quick elimination, one of the first players to fall. Can't teach it. Back to the lobby. Your tournament is over.
Again, for all of these players, this will be their last time either getting eliminations or being eliminated. This is round 5 of 5 here today, so maybe play a bit more carefully there. Unfortunate, the player trying to get into the vault there is gone within about a moment's notice, and again, this is where it gets so confusing for these players is, do they take these engagements? Do they want to get into these fights? Where do they actually battle rather than try and stay away from them? And man, it's just so awkward right now, as it just kind of feels like all of these players are not necessarily sure what to do. Again, you can see it. There's only a couple of POIs that are all that close. The rest of them, not so much.
Zone popping. Left side of the screen here, you can see nothing we're not used to seeing. Both players not having to break a sweat. Yeg still now switching up. I believe us seeing Yeg landing over near fencing fields for most of this competition. Now switching sides. Moving north rather than south. Landing at Lavish Layer to try and contest for the Mythic Frenzy Auto Shotgun. Arguably one of the best weapons in the loot pool right now. Here's a player close by and is quick to reposition, just firing shots over, knows that he doesn't really need to commit to anything at this point. Has a shockwave in inventory, just decides to rotate away before committing to anything because this is his last game.
My goodness, this is getting more and more nerve-wracking with every elimination that pops up in the top left. We saw Young Ignali, one of our front runners, already out of this lobby. We've also seen a couple of what I believe are elimination leaders get some more elims as well. Both Sharkman and I believe it was Cake, both getting an elimination so far. So it kind of feels like you're going to have to pay attention to those names. I have to suspect that they're up at the very top of our leaderboard in terms of elims. And like we said, there's a separate competition for that. If any of them are able to keep that total by the end of the day, they will walk away with a very souped-up PC courtesy of Intel. So yeah, keep your eyes on both the players that are playing and that top left to see as the elimination feed continues to light up.
Yeg finding a vehicle. Now on the outskirts, just waiting. McDream going down. We hit those. Taking them out. The player we saw off drop. Fighting at their own POI. Yeg finding himself to the llama here. Not really useful for the materials that they notoriously drop, but at least the ammunition in turn will help to pad their loadout. Hearing another vehicle close by. Yeg moving over the hill back to Lavish Layer. Seeming like the wants to try and contest for the Mythic, but this is not the game to be taking too many risks. But Fortnite Dad, oh no, exiting the game early. That will be the rumble over for them.
Well, we just talked to Fortnite Dad, and it seems like he was happy to play in it no matter the circumstances. An early exit for him is unfortunate, but we appreciate his participation nonetheless. We appreciate all the players here that have stuck it out to the very end. Again, 5 total games here played today. This is the 5th and final one. So many players still hunting for that chance at a new PC, at an Intel contract, at heck, even being able to maybe get some of those social posts out that could give them a chance at a new graphics card and a new processor. So much to play for here. Shout out to Intel Canada for everything that is going on. More eliminations, lighting up the feed. We hit those. I think that's their 2nd or 3rd so far this game.
Yeah. Finding another one there. Hope we can check in shortly with We Hit Those. Being one of the most aggressive players we've seen in this competition. But Nathan the Noob. Landing out here by the coastline, these little beach houses. There was a similar drop in Chapter 3. Just like this with the chest buried in the sand. I like this spot as far as a safe area to go ahead and glide into. No contention in a close area, so we'll just kind of go through the motions trying to unearth some of these chests, stack up this loadout, already having the epic variant of the pump shotgun and the burst. We'll have no problems there in terms of rarity, but for the time being, just trying to stack up on ammo.
Trying to pay attention to that top left as much as I can. Every time I see a name pop up there, I'm trying to see if I recognize it or not. Most of these have been, I'm not going to say insignificant, but definitely aren't going to affect the leaderboard in a meaningful way. Oh, my goodness. That won't either, but it was pretty to watch. Larry strikes with a strike from above. Quick 1-2 with a shotgun. Will send their opponent packing as they find their first elimination here in round and game number 5. We're about halfway through this lobby at this point. Not there yet, but we are very quickly approaching it as this is, what was this? I think it was game 2 where we got like this, where we basically were down to half the lobby by the time the 3rd zone popped.
Yeah, it starts to drop off even faster and faster. And I think now, with everything on the line, right, these tournaments play out so much differently than a traditional environment just because first place is the only spot that really matters. So if you're not making a play for first place, why play at all? And everyone in the top 10 right now did the math in their head. It's like, do I need a 15 bomb? Do I need a 20 bomb? What do I need to take home the win here to secure those $10,000? But he got this. Might be on the flip side of things. Just trying to have a good time here, rocking the unicorn outfit. I'm actually a fan. I'm not going to lie.
I'm with it. I'm with it. I do think that, you know, outfits are one thing. Your ability to put them together is another. And as much as I appreciate how they're looking right now, unless they actually hit their shots with it, I don't know if it's going to make a difference. FaZe Replays knows he needs to hit his shots and also not get exposed like he did last time. He had a decent amount of eliminations before he bit the dust. But unfortunately, Ben, if he does the same thing here in this game, there goes his chances. FaZe Replays, by the way, was in 6th place coming into this one. He was one of the only players, actually, he is the only player outside of our top 5 who was above that 40-point threshold. So he's going to play this game very carefully. If he wants a chance to win this competition, he needs to make sure he's getting to those later zones and being around when the rest of the players, oh my goodness, are still battling. One who will not is Dom. Dom popping up in the top left feed. That means that 5th possession he held with 45 points is up for the taking.
Can't beat yourself up all too much just because you tried to make the play. You knew what kind of a game you needed to make that run, and Dom playing aggressive to close the gap, not able to make it happen in this instance. A good chance nonetheless, and to see the rest of us try and watch out and stay on board for the rest of this. Buckle your seatbelt. Things are just getting started. 33 players remain. You can see the lobby count. Talks about how it might be dropping sooner, but it seems to be in a bit of a lull now, as second zone is going to start to close here in about 10 seconds, and everyone's just kind of spread out.
Yeah, it definitely kind of feels like we got through that initial excitement, and since then it's been players trying to strategize for these later zones. Again, we might only be at the 3rd, but that does not mean that we can't pay attention to it. Speaking of paying attention, again, that top left feed continuing to be important. Cakeman, another elimination. That's either their 2nd or 3rd of this game. And again, it's so important when you are focusing on those eliminations because it means that you stay in contention for that Elim leaderboard. We hit those probably on that leaderboard as well, but they will not find a chance to continue fighting throughout the rest of this day. They are eliminated there. Sniper Monkey goes with them. Same with Gwevon's, a couple more players. And Cakeman, we got to check in on Cakeman. How many Elims do they have already?
Padding their stats currently. I know they're in the running for eliminations. They've got to be, right? We've already seen close to double-digit games coming out of Cakeman multiple times, it feels like. And that's where all the speculation can start to come together. Because, again, if you're not going to take home the $10,000 partnership, a consolation prize would be the PC just based on eliminations. The highest number is what you're looking for, so these hyper-aggressive players will be awarded, assuming they can get it done. Fencing Fields, interesting enough, if you take a look in the bottom right, the medallion that's actually featured on the map is the one from Snooty, not the one from Fencing Field. So not sure what's going on at this drop, but Rio here, low HP, and he got this, just pressuring the vehicle.
This is actually going to result, though, in the vehicle exploding. I'd have to think so, and that means that player is going to ditch it before they can even get caught by the fire there. He got this. Good idea, but probably should have chased down that player. You can tell why they didn't want to, though. Low on ammunition and no mobility items. They do have the bunker on them in case that close combat, and they need some cover, but again, you don't want to focus on that. You want to focus on longevity in this game. Eliminations are great, but for a player like he got this, who probably isn't in contest for that elimination leaderboard, you'd much rather just try and get into those later games and try and give yourself a chance to climb up the leaderboard through placement alone. It's crazy to see how many players are still popping up in that top left that are probably in contention for that top placement for elimination. So many players popping up there. We saw Arctics grab a couple. We saw he hit those grab a couple before they were dropped. We saw Cakeman get some. Sharkman get some. So many players that I have to imagine will be at the top of our leaderboard for that elimination race, but we'll have to check in on them when this game ends. For right now, we've got 22 left who are just focusing on that $10,000 contract, and a win here could quite literally be the difference between going home with empty pockets and walking away as a new creator for Intel.
Rux finds another elimination in the feed there. Creep finding another one as well. So our front runners all still in this game as the lobby is dwindling fast. Talked about how we were entering a lull around the 33 player count. Now we're at 19. Trout with another one straight out of the air. What a beam. Has those attachments on the assault rifle, so makes shots easy if you're able to secure it, of course. A quick swap of the sniper rifle. Crucial part of our front runners loadouts in this entire run. Trout still lurking on the outside of fencing fields, trying to find some players rotating in, maybe even a medallion. But regardless, still identifying some old loot, topping up the bunkers, just gearing up for endgame, I think.
Honestly, I don't blame them. It may kind of feel like we're far away from endgame at this point here, but we really are not. With only 18 players left, despite the fact that the zones are as wide as they are, it kind of just feels like at this point anything could happen. We could see these players get into close contest and it could be gone or over within the blink of an eye. We could see players that try to extend this game to get into later zones, because, Ben, I don't think we've gotten past the 10th zone today. I think we've literally always had these get to the 9th or 8th, and then all of a sudden the action pops off. It doesn't feel like we're really waiting for those very final circles here. I understand why, but here in the 5th game, I feel like that might be a necessity for some of these players.
Have to put the pieces together. Only 18 up. So much open space to work with as well. It's only 4th zone. So much open space. Arctic's looking for the pre-fire there. I don't know if I'd be scoping in on a bush where a player could possibly have a sniper looking right back at you. But again, Arctic's proficient, doing well the entire competition, sitting in 8th place coming into this game. So we'll need a very big performance here. We talk about the capability to repeat a game like Sharkman in game 4. At this point, I'm not sure if it's even going to be possible. Nobody breaking that 6 to 8 elimination threshold. Realistically, it's not going to be in the cards for these guys. Arctics with the pre-fire, no connection. Just buying time now, just waiting until it forces, and I say no connection, but there's one to choose to aggress. Arctic's trying to go straight in, says, you know what, I want this positioning that the player has time to heal. Right into the bush now, no time at all. He got this, taken out of the game. This player trying to connect, but straight out of the air. That's phase replays, taken out of the game. That's not gonna happen. Arctic says no.
That is disgusting out of Arctics on that one. Replays thinks that he has got him completely exposed. He sees him in the bush. What he doesn't know is Arctics may be the best shot all day. Immediately, the sniper shot catches Replays off guard and says, Replays, goodbye, thank you for the host. We will see you next time, as he will not be the winner here for the Intel Next Gen Rumble.
I'm throwing up in my mouth. Dude, I feel violently ill. I don't know how you adjust to that. What does Replays do? Like, you just end the stream, right? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, guys, I tried my best. Like, Arctics is just him. Like, I don't know what else to say beyond that. Holy cow. Arctics is showing he may not be in contention right now, but he's gonna definitely try his absolute best to make a run. And he'll still keep trucking. Swifty down here in the vehicle. Getting a little wet in the water. Splashing around. Just driving through here. We see El Poppy down in that bottom right corner as well on the dead side of zone. What makes Arctic's playstyle so interesting, however, is he's still just brawling, but he's positioned well to do so. He's on this packed side of zone where all these players are going to be rotating in, which is what allows him to be so aggressive. With the lobby count so low, most of these players are focusing on placement and not really aggressing on anything, but Arctics can catch the players rotating in and force them to fight.
The issue for Arctics is they need to force this fight, though. At the moment, they're playing really well with 5 eliminations. This should do something for them. But the problem, the rest of the top 5 mostly alive, and they will not be. Arctics had a chance to turn around his day. He probably still will launch up the leaderboard, but Cake Man proving there is one elimination leader in this lobby, and it's probably him. After a almost 10 elim last game, he's at 4, and he still seemingly is hunting for more.
And this is where the real skills are tested. What's your recoverability here? Can you get yourself back into the fight fast enough to thwart the third party? And he does. EMP's disable the car, force the player out. Off the right hand. Pete, nothing he can do there. Larry strikes, trying to clean them up. Cake Man says no.
Cake Man continuing to rack up these elims, and this is important for more than just one reason. We mentioned the elim race, which he could be in the lead for. We don't know. We can theorize he is, but you know what other contest he's still in right now as well? The actual overall contest, which is wide open. Cake Man came into this one 4th place at 46 points. He needed to catch up to his opponent with 11 points in front of him in Sharkman. Now that he has had so many eliminations, if he can just find himself a good placement here, there is a world where he takes this whole competition as the PC winner, as the contract winner, as everything. All he needs to do, as much as this sounds counterproductive, Ben, he needs to keep hunting.
Keep fighting. Don't stop. Keep the pressure up. Almost all the mythics located inside this box.
Wow.
You see the Snooty mythic, the Pump, the Frenzy, the AR. 3 medallions in Cake Man's inventory currently. So that's healing to what I believe is 185 HP effectively just by sitting here. Plus has the Flowberry Fizz to boot. Inside of the box. Thought a player was close by, but they relocated to a bush in the other direction. Zone pulls back the other way from what we thought was dead side. So Ruined Reels being the setting here for the final game.
He can just kind of post up here, to be honest. If you're Cake Man, the best thing you can do right now is not move. You have no reason to. You've already gotten yourself almost to a top 10. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. He's got... Cake Man, we're thinking alike right now. I was just about to say, bait them in. You have a mythic weapon on you that anybody else in this lobby is going to die for immediately. Don't attract attention to you. Attract attention to the loot. And when somebody tries to swoop in and grab it, you swoop in and take them out this lobby. Cake Man on the verge of being able to turn around this day. His last 2 games have been some of the most impressive zero-build Fortnite I have ever seen.
And Cake Man continues to hold this. Stature is there, just holding on. Haven't really gotten to check in with Sharkman at any point in this game, and haven't seen his name in the feed. Sivert here on the outside, trying to utilize his TMNC Mythic. Just moving through. This is where choosing this over a Grapple Blade is a much better choice. You can use it in the water, whereas the Grapple Blade you cannot. But again, it's starting to pull far. Going to be a 2-tick once this closes. There you can see the map. Sharkman in this. News still in this game. Rooks still in this game. Creep in this game. And Cake Man still in this game. Our top 5 all trying to make a run to contest here. Will this player be able to make it out? It's a 2-tick still pulling. Top 10. That's only going to give you 5. That's only going to give you 10. In the 5-tick zone, not enough here. El Papi will fall.
I want to check in on Sharkman here. He was really towards the edge. Yeah, right here in this fight. This is the same person I was going to talk about. Jay's Army on the edge here. There's multiple players to this west-north side of zone. Not a great idea to take these fights unless you have to. So for Sharkman, he's probably trying to avoid that versus Jay's Army here, who needs these fights to try and catch up on the leaderboard. So many players in close contention. And the big issue is, Ben, they need to move further south. This hill in front of them is a must work through. They can't rotate around it. They have to rotate through it. With multiple players that have established themselves at the front side of zone, including our front runner in WTJ Creep, yeah, that's gonna not be great. This is so hard for any of these players to find a safe zone to work with so many players still here in our 7th zone and 9 to go. Ben, this might come down to these final fights.
And these moments will unravel shortly. Jay's Army taking a lot of shots from distance. Sees one player above. Thought he was trying to make the aggressive play, but just wanting to go up and over. Needs to try and find some natural cover, but there's really no option. Just only needs to dart inside the building. 6 HP. But he's not going to be able to stay here. Looking to try and find a med kit. Only a big pot in the inventory and overshield in total. So just above 100 HP. Abnautics down and out. Trout being the one to take those points from them. And again, Jay's Army in this building for now, but will not be able to stay here.
Oh, it's so nerve-wracking here if you are a fan of Jay, as they are on 6 HP. Cakeman takes out Rue. Rue takes out Creep. And all of a sudden, the entire leaderboard gets re-exposed again. Rue, our second place player, had some elimination, but with Cakeman on 6 and still in,
And Creep
what do we
falling.
say?
Creep falling as well, that being third place.
What?
Sharkman's still in this game. That could have closed the deal for him, but Sharkman still has to finish. How many eliminations does he have? We haven't really got to see his POV, but I know I haven't seen his name in the feed. Could those placement points have been enough? They both had eliminations. Cakeman's still in it, though. Fighting, brawling in the mud to make this game happen, not afraid to take a single fight with any player in this lobby.
I gotta say, the big issue is that Sharkman might need to soon. I don't know how many eliminations he is on right now, but the big issue, yeah, one. He quite literally has to, because if these guys finish second and first, Sharkman's single elimination, even if he gets first, will not put him on more points than Cakeman. Cakeman right now has 12 points just off of elims alone. The 10-point difference between them, when first is 20 and second is 14, means Sharkman would probably be overtaken here if he ends up placing there. Sharkman, I know you don't know this because you're in-game and have no idea of the game, the tear, the monolith of a performance that we are seeing out of Cakeman, but unless he racks up some elims, if Cakeman takes the VR here, Ben, I think he's taking home the grand prize.
Sharkman needs to come online. Cakeman has been online for the entirety of this game. Sharkman just on the other end. Finds a bunker to himself to try and hold this edge zone, but Cakeman still firing back. A crack onto one player. Is that the green light? No. Has the trigger discipline and the control to know, hey, now's not the time. Shots sent in from the back end. Taking a little bit of damage, but again, this is where those 3 medallions ticking away, doing their work. Cakeman immediately back up to full shield and straight back into the fight.
He needs to get an elimination here, though, with 4 players left. If we do see an elimination out of Sharkman, and if these 2 players finish 1 and 2, there's no guarantee he's going to take the dub overall. If I'm doing the math right now, I think he would literally be a single point behind. So, Cakeman, you need 1 elimination, whether it's you getting first to finish it off, whether it is you taking out Sharkman. You need a dub here. News, I don't know if they can actually catch up at this point. The unfortunate truth is they needed a big elim game, and they don't have it. Cakeman trying to find another elimination. Then we are at the point here where it is make or break. Cakeman needs at least 1 more.
And what a position 2 atop the building, straight into the tree. I love this play from Cakeman. Looking up. Newsy trying to do the same, but breaks 1 tree in response. Sharkman, the shotgun battle, left on 30 HP, an early exit. Cakeman finds another one. Could he pick up the victory royale? Into the bush on the final player. 7 eliminations. Make that 8. Trout goes down. Cakeman with the possibly the clutch of the tournament. Could have just won the whole thing.
In my opinion, he's won something either after a second game in a row with almost double-digit elims. He is either walking home with a PC or he is walking home with a $10,000 Canadian contract. Ben, when we said Game 5 was going to deliver on every front, I did not mean it would quite literally come down to our top 5 players and every elim that happened.
Cakeman was 12 points behind. He had 12 points before the even top 5. I don't know. Sharkman got a lot of the points, though, but then Sharkman had 1 elimination.
We got a second. He got 2.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I can't do the math. I'm really bad at math. That's why I can't.
Look, the reality that stands is that was how you want to see a competition like this end, where we don't know who the winner is. We can theorize, we have an idea, but the reality is, even with our behind-the-scenes info of us trying to keep track of all the stats, I still don't know who won.
And what a game, right? I mean, every single step of the way, we saw the crazy plays made by everyone. Cakeman with the aggressive play at the end. He was on a roll, non-stop, go, go, go. Each and every person put in front of him was sent back to the lobby by Cakeman. He just knew. Wasn't even full HP. He's like, hey, this guy in the bush is firing shots my way. Hasn't even hit me. I could go ahead to the front zone, throw a bunker. No, I'm getting in the bush, and you're going back to the lobby so I can win this game and try and win the tournament. And that's the kind of championship mindset that you need to pull something off like that. If it was enough, we'll have to wait and see, man. But this game was electric start to finish.
This game was everything we had hoped for. This is how we wanted this game to end. This is how we wanted this event to end. This is how we wanted these players to play. Because it's not just one of these things where it's like chaos was abundant. It was players playing to the best of their abilities. The strategies that we saw out of players. The shots being taken. Again, Arctix, that snipe onto replays is one of the most disgusting shots I've ever seen in the history of my casting of Fortnite. I mean that so seriously. Disgusting plays from every player that we watch. Everybody seriously on their A game. And it's what made this event not only special, but entertaining to the very last second. Again, we can theorize of who's taking this one home. I truly don't know. I really don't.
No, I have absolutely no idea. We have to give everyone behind the scenes time to verify the numbers. This is not the kind of thing that you don't want to be triple, quadruple checked. You want to make sure this is a $10,000 partnership. This is a life-changing amount of money for these creators. And Sharkman and Cakeman up there in the fray to try and make things happen. But Cakeman, the clutch up performance in the final game, he found the rhythm in game 4, the way that he wanted to get things happen. He's like, hey, I'm really comfortable fighting in this during the mid game. I just need to make sure I do this exact same thing in the late game. Applied himself in game 5, and that's exactly what happens when you figure things out. You experiment, you apply yourself, and you execute. And Cakeman did just that.
I mean, literally, I've got no other words besides Cakeman did exactly that. He played how he needed to. He played how he should have. We saw it the back half of the day. This kid came to life. And I gotta say, I hope that he has won one of our 2 prizes here today. Again, to inform those at home, I have gotten clarification. If you do win the $10,000 contract, you cannot win the PC as well. Those will be given to what would be second place if you were technically the Elim leader and the points leader there. So it'll be interesting to see at this point. I think he's walking away with at least one of the 2 of those after having back-to-back games of what was that? He had 8 the game before and then 8 there, 16 Elims, 2 games to end it. I have to imagine he's at least the Elim leader, if not the leader of the entire lobby. I don't know at this point, but look, Cakeman, at this point, if you won or not, you got a new fan in me for sure. I will be paying attention to you very carefully after a performance like that.
That's a name that you don't forget after a performance like that, man. I mean, you look at players like Sharkman. Sharkman, multiple-time Twitch Rivals a champion, basically. I mean, Sharkman is not somebody that is easily taken out or rivaled for a leaderboard spot like this. And Cakeman basically coming out of nowhere and firing in all cylinders for the last 2 games. It's great, dude. I couldn't have asked for anything more, man. It's been awesome, and things are getting finalized behind the scenes. It's all up in the air, dude. I don't know what else to say. I really don't.
I'm out of words. All I can say is that thank you to Intel for putting on this event. The Next Gen Rumble, this is season 2, by the way, featuring Fortnite. Look, I've enjoyed every moment of this competition. From the very beginning to the very end, it has been incredible to watch as these players continue to just ramp themselves up further and further. It's gotten better and better and better. And Ben, I mean, look, I think we got some replays to look back upon here to show you truly the excellence, the caliber at which we had witnessed all day.
Yeah, and honestly, if we're going to talk about favorite clips of the day, right? My personal favorite clip of the day, we'll go ahead and roll it, man. It's got to be the car play here, made up on top of the mountain. We saw Cakeman try and move back up to the hill, and Dom, right on the hood of the car, makes the play, gets the elimination, dashes straight back up into cover, and then plays this game out perfectly to secure himself a top 3. It was so awesome to watch this. Dom was pulling off some crazy moves throughout this entire competition, man. And of course, it came down to the last game, sadly, for Dom. Wasn't able to make it happen, man. But overall, this is my play of the day.
Yeah, that really was absolutely impressive out of him, because it's not just the fact that he gets the elimination, but the quick thinking to get back up to the high ground and keep that, and then immediately afterwards, he's not even fazed by the fact that he had just gotten into that fight and gets the next shotgun. Media play well done out of Dom. It's not my favorite play of the day here, though. We got one more. We talked about how the snipes have been something special here today, and I gotta say, this one, I believe, was from Sharkman, was one of the most nasty things I have ever seen. Yeah, here it is. Drills the wall, takes it down, and as soon as it's gone, sniper, one shot, goodbye. That was his 6th elimination. He finished that game with, what, 12? Something like that?
Like 2 pixels, the top of the head. Like, what are you even looking at? Like, it's like the arc of the bullet trajectory is what connected the shot. Absolutely crazy, dude.
Gotta love it. Sharkman, I don't know if he actually ended up winning any of our contests here today. He definitely was in the contest. Like we said, in our opinion right now, there are 3 players maybe who are in contest for that #1 spot on the leaderboard. Sharkman is one of them. I don't know if he has secured it at this point. We're gonna find out. I really don't know what else to say, Ben. We have theorized all day long about who could be taking this competition, but now that we are here with the actual competition and in front of our faces, I can't theorize any longer. I am just wondering. I am curious to know who took this competition home.
And to see Cakeman come out of the rough, man, and ball out with some of these competitors. We see Rux up there. We see Creep, Trout, Dom, FaZe replays. These are titans in the competitive space, especially in zero build. And to see Cakeman showing out and showing everyone at home that he deserves to be here and is deserving of possibly that $10,000 sponsorship, man. Of course, math will be finalized. Sharkman still up there in the mix. Did he do enough? And that's where, right, so many of these players had to make those decisions in their head coming into game 5. There's like, okay, are we going to play passively and just try and hold on and just do enough to solidify that first place spot? Or are we going to go all out? Are we going to go for gold? Are we going to try and do something crazy to make the comeback and steal away the spot? Cakeman went for it. Rux went for it. Creep still tried to play consistently. Sharkman tried to play consistently to hold on to the title. Didn't have a massive lead. Was it stolen away? I don't know. I don't know.
It's a lot of theorizing at this point. It's a lot of calculations of math, which unfortunately both of us are not very good at here. Caster math has always been a less than strong suit of, well, casters in general here. So theorize a lot, but we really don't know until the very end of the day when everything is tallied at this point. I mean, again, I'm still, if I were to guess, I have to imagine it as Cakeman. I have to think so based on that final performance. After the final performance in the back 2 games, really, more than anything else. And he didn't have a bad start today either. I believe he was in our top 20 within the first couple of games, but he just kind of hovered around there. Then to finish it off as strong as he did, I mean, again, incredibly impressive. I do wonder if Rooks is still in this conversation, though, because, again, I think about it. He finished in, like, 4th place, but he had a decent amount of eliminations in that final game as well. So it's one of these things where the eliminations really do make a huge difference. And considering that going into that final game, he still had a pretty significant lead on Cakeman, who I believe was like 10 points behind. Again, this is where the math is really hard to calculate. I don't really know based on so many different variables, so many different players who really showed up and showed out in that final game.
Dude, I don't even know what to speculate. And Cakeman, obviously, I think start to finish, once you realize that Riot Shield was not going to be the meta on the day, started running the sniper, started running the EMPs, started pushing the envelope as far as aggression and the pace of play. Nobody else was really playing up to par with that. Even Sharkman really wasn't playing to that pace. We saw an 11 elimination game on the day from Sharkman, but still, the pace that he was taking those fights, they were very spread out. Cakeman's getting chains of 3, 4, 5 eliminations in one area. Like, he would have 4 or 5 bunkers stacked up with so many different bodies there that he doesn't know what to do with. He's left with extra loot and just kind of has to leave it be. It's so crazy to see the variation in approach to a game like this, where you need to make up lost ground, right? Sharkman was way down the leaderboard, needed to make up lost ground. I think Sharkman was on 14 points, shot from 14 points to 40 something in one game, which literally went from there's absolutely no way he's even in conversation to now we're in first place, like just like that in one game. And Cakeman said, you know what, if he could do it, I could do it too.
I mean, that's what we kind of saw. It was literally sort of a chain reaction of that. Remind you that the game before that was the first time when we saw Hit-Nose really pop off, who I believe ended up getting 8 or 9 eliminations in that game, including one onto Sharkman, which seemingly set him off. And then the next game, he gets those eliminations. Then the next game after that, Cakeman, who was already fighting him for elimination battle in that game, goes, okay, fine, my turn to do so. And then he pops off in that next game. So it really is this sort of chain reaction where one player gets eliminated by a player that they don't believe they should have been eliminated by and goes, okay, bet. Watch me do it too. And honestly, it made for some great entertainment. Again, those back 3 games really were so much fun to watch.
No, absolutely. It was definitely a slower start to the day than I thought it was going to be, considering, like, I think the first 2 games, the highest eliminations we saw was like 6, maybe even that. But as we went through, it started ramping up and up and up and up, and the velocity charts went through the roof, man, and we saw some crazy final games to wrap it up.
Well, we're about ready to wrap this thing up, but before we do so, we've got to announce our winner. So what we're going to do is we're going to head to a break, make sure everything is 100% correct. With so much on the line, we do not want to make a mistake into the minorest of degrees. So we're going to take a break here, and when we return, we will announce the winners here of the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. When we get back, we will find out our winners. Just a moment. We are back yet again with the Intel Next Gen Rumble Season 2 featuring Fortnite. For the final time today, my name is Oliver Basham alongside by Ben K. Ben, we have had 5 games of action-packed zero-build Fortnite. It has all been solos, meaning only one person walks away the winner here of this $10,000 contract. We're just about ready to announce who that is. Any closing thoughts before we start to wrap this day?
I love the atmosphere among these players in each and every lobby, especially the last 2, more than any of them. It's only one person walking away with it. Everyone in this lobby knows it. The suspense built all the way through these games up until the final victory royale. They crawled, they clambered, they dug their way up and out of the mud to try and make a run for it. Sharkman, the craziest of comeback stories. If he's able to pull it out, it's an incredible run on his part. If Cakeman able to do it, the consistency and aggression, the zero fear coming out of this man throughout those last 2 games to pick up everything into those final moments, each and every elimination. Every person on this leaderboard has such a deep story, and whoever wins it, man, congratulations to you guys. $10,000.
So much money on the line, so many prizes on the line as well. You guys saw that at the very end of the break there. It is not just a prize for first place. It is a prize for the most eliminations. It is a prize for being active on socials as a participant. There's prizes for you guys at home as well. We had a viewer giveaway going on as well here. So, again, make sure you're paying attention here. You might just win yourself something as well as the players at home. And at this point, all we can really do is get ready to figure out who exactly won this entire thing. Again, we've been theorizing our front runners at this point, we believe, are probably players like Cakeman, Brooks, Sharkman, heck, maybe even Arctics after the performance that they had in that final game, but we really don't know at this point. So, I guess at this moment, just kind of sit and wait. And Ben, again, I don't want to say I'm cheering for Cakeman, but after the turnaround he had in those final games, you kind of feel like he deserves at least something.
You love to see someone who goes out and gets it.
Yeah.
And Cakeman was not going to let this opportunity slip through their fingers. This doesn't happen often. This only being the second iteration of the Rumble. And Cakeman says, you know what? I'm lucky enough to be here today competing against these players, and I'm already up in the top 10 halfway through the day. I'm going to make a run for this first place spot and do what it takes. There's no way playing the way he was that he was going to be able to pull it out. So Cakeman decided to adjust the strategy and go in with no fear, and the last 2 games have shown that. If Cakeman does it, congrats to him, man. He earned it through and through. Cakeman has shown that there is no denying the validity of him earning that spot. There was no luck to it. There was no you got lucky with zones. There was no you were gifted good loot. You were uncontested. No. Cakeman fought every single man in front of him and took them all out.
Literally every single one. The fights that he took were not necessary, or at least, I mean, they were necessary to get up the leaderboard, but they were not necessary in terms of survival. Him in those lobbies was about as aggressive as possible. He was getting in the face of his opponents. He was winning his fights individually, one-on-one. He was just better than a majority of the players we saw here, and that is an accomplishment in itself when you look at the names who participated in today's tournament. I mean, we talked about this going into this. Multiple players with professional experience, FNCS experience in this one, with literally tens of thousands of dollars combined, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of prize pools won by these players. It really goes to show Cakeman did not fight an easy battle to get here. It was uphill the entire time, but after what was not a great start to the day, I have to, like I said, hope that they got something by the end of this one. Similar to other players like Rooks as well. I did not know their name. I was not very familiar. But by the end of the day, we saw it. Game 1, they were playing well. Game 2, they played well. Consistency throughout the day kept them in this one. It was also nice to see some returning faces, some larger creators like Sharkman, who were also able to keep themselves in it. Heck, even Replays. If he had not gotten eliminated early in that final game, I truly think he could have been in contest for the #1 spot overall.
Easily, man. The competition is wrapped up. I don't think there's any more to speculate on. Bass, I see no other option. Let's show it to you at home. The leaderboard is ready. who is your Intel Next Gen Rumble champion? It's gonna be Cakeman 888. Sharkman barely underneath. I say barely, but Cakeman went and took it. A massive lead to be able to pull it out. Rux below, just 1 point, but Cakeman atop the tower. There's no doubt in my mind. There is no argument to be made. He is the winner of the Intel Next Gen Rumble.
And we talked about it going into that 5th game. It was not just about eliminations. It was about making sure that you survive. We talked about it, early exits from players like Arctix, Dom, Replays. We hit those young Ignalai. All of them went down before we even got to our top 20 or top 10. And look how it severely impacted their chances at even staying in the top 5. We said it would all come down to that 5th game, and I meant that seriously. I don't know if even I meant it this seriously, though.
And that's going to do it for him, man. Working your way through Rux. Creep was up in first place at 1 point. Trout made a solid, consistent run up through this leaderboard. Dom with an early exit in the last game. And FaZe Replay still up there as well with the young guns, man. He's there. 45 points on the board in 8th place, man. And let's go ahead and take a look, man. The grand prize winner, Cakeman, of course, being the winner of the $10,000 contract. Congratulations to him. Couldn't have asked for a better competition.
Well, the crazy thing is that was only one of the competitions we had going on here today. A massive congratulations to Cakeman on winning that $10,000 contract here. But we also had an elimination race going on as well. As we mentioned earlier on in the day, if you were able to win all of, or actually, excuse, not win, if you were able to get the most amount of eliminations, you would walk away with a huge prize in a custom-built Intel PC. And, well, the grand prize winner was Cakeman, like we said, but we still need to figure out who took that elimination lead home. And also on top of that, our socials, as well as the viewer grand prize as well. Again, shout out to Intel. So many things being given away here today, as the grand prize winner was Cakeman. They take home that $10,000 contract.
He went out and took it, man. Couldn't have performed any better. Cakeman 888. Love it, man. You earned that spot. Congratulations, Sharkman. What a solid run, man. Such a close finish to end the day, but an 11-point lead to take it home there. Cakeman, $10,000 Intel contract and brand deal. That is an incredible opportunity and such an awesome company to get to work with.
It really was. It was one of these things where they earned this the entire way through. The opportunities that will be afforded to this player going forward will be insane. Now let's see who gets our second prize here of the day in our most eliminations out of anybody. I still think Cakeman could have been up for this one, but he can't win both prizes. He can only get one or the other, which means it is Rooks who will take the Elim leaderboard. Rooks, congratulations. You just got yourself a very powerful PC.
Say, if he's fragging out right now, imagine what he can do on the new PC, dude. I'd be scared. Maybe he could have won the whole thing on the new PC. Who knows? I have to say, I thought Sharkman might have took it home, but Rooks, congratulations, man. That PC is going to be an incredible addition to the setup. But we've got another one for us. The social media champion Bass, the ones who were active on socials, getting in with the event. And let's go ahead and reveal it. Our social media champion, Sandy Kane. Congratulations for taking home that social media championship.
They take home not only the social media championship, but they take home 2 parts that could help them build a monster PC just like Rooks. They get a brand new CPU and a brand new graphics card. And guess what? Somebody else is walking away with a graphics card as well. We mentioned this before. Viewers, you at home could have won something here today, and somebody did. Sharaz Wahid, congratulations on getting yourself a brand new graphics card as well. You didn't even have to participate. You're just walking home a winner anyways.
You get to sit down, watch a couple hours of some intense Fortnite, and then what? You just get a graphics card showing up at your door? I mean, come on now. Couldn't have asked for a better deal there. All you had to do was hop in the chat, man. So you taking it home. Congratulations, man. And I think we have an interview, if I'm not mistaken, with our winner, Bassett. I can't wait to ask this guy some questions.
Well, I think he's standing by, so without further ado, let's get him on the line here. We have none other than Cakeman 888. First off, congratulations, my guy. That's a $10,000 contract with Intel. How you feeling?
I can't believe I won. It's scuffed at the start, not gonna lie. I I got in a car and I just died because I couldn't get out. But yeah, I can't believe I came back. To be honest with you.
Such an incredible run, Cake, man. You played phenomenally, and in those last 2 games, you really ramped up. What kind of clicked going into game 4 and 5 for you to try and make a run for that first place spot and eventually steal it away?
I don't know. I saw a lot of people using EMPs, and like I just had to use those as well. And those were like a big factor. It's helped me out a lot, cracking people's shield and everything. And yeah, that was like really did it for me, I think. And the grapple blades plays too, which are actually insane.
I would agree with that one. You were playing pretty insane towards the end of that one, so much so that we actually had to try and do a little bit of math at the end there. Were you aware of how close of a contest it was for you to win that one at the very end? Because at a certain point, you had 6 eliminations, and what's his name? And Sharkman had 1 elimination but was still in the game. If it had ended that way, if he had gotten first and you would have gotten, with the same eliminations you had, finished in second, you would have been 1 point behind him. Were you aware you needed those eliminations going to that final game?
I had no idea that I needed those. I think I checked like the leaderboard like in the Discord like briefly, but I don't know the eliminations, so no.
So what was the mentality then? Just kind of go in and frag out?
Just key, yeah. That was just my main thing. I was also trying to go for the PC because I just wanted to, just key and get the eliminations up. So, but yeah.
Wow, man. And I mean, we saw some of the numbers behind the scenes. I think if you didn't win the whole thing, you would have won the PC anyways, man. You were up there with the eliminations as well, so you secured it, dude. Love to see you stare fear in the face and say, you know what, nobody in this lobby is better than me. Congratulations, man. You went out and took it and take $10,000 home, dude. That's awesome.
Let's go. Yeah. I'm still shocked I won.
Dude, look, here's the great thing. Now you've got $10,000 to do whatever you want with it. If you want a new PC, crazy thing is, I bet you Intel might be able to have a conversation with you about using some of those funds for that. So we'll figure it out. We'll leave you to decide whatever you want to do. Cake Man, we really appreciate you participating here today. We appreciate you coming on the call. Before we let you go, anybody you want to shout out that might be watching from home?
No one's watching, so. No.
You know what? I think that might change after today. I have a feeling you might start to build yourself a bit of an audience as a new Intel creator. Cake Man, again, we're going to let you go and celebrate. Congratulations, my guy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and that was Cake Man 888. Ben, I got to say, I don't blame him for kind of being there just a little bit. I don't think he's even processed what's just happened yet.
No, I didn't want to call him out, man, but look, his eyes are watering up a little bit, dude. But like, I'd be the same way, dude. $10,000, 10 G's it's a life-changing thing. Like, you know, especially considering it's a creator brand deal. You get to work with a company like Intel. Not many people get to say they get to work with a company like Intel. And it went to somebody so wholesome, man. He went for it, guns a-blazing, was able to get it done. Congrats, Cake Man, once again.
I mean, look, I can attest to this one. I've seen Ben playing competitions where he FaceTimes me after one of them, and legitimately, I don't think it had processed for him either. So, Cake Man, maybe take a little while and then come back. I have a feeling by the time it really does hit, you're going to realize your life has just changed. And congratulations to not only him for a life-changing event, but to the rest of our winners here today as well. Like we mentioned, a brand new PC going to Rooks, a brand new graphics card and CPU going to, I think it was Shane, if I'm not mistaken, and then another brand new graphics card going to one of our viewers as well. So many incredible things given away here today, and so many incredible people watching from home. We appreciate all of you guys for tuning in here today. My name has been Oliver Bass. Check me out on Twitter at Bass in the Past. This is Ben K, which I believe BenK_live, correct? Where they can find some more of you. Hey, there it is. Shout out production. We're showing you guys exactly where you can find more of us, and make sure that you pay attention here to the Intel channel as well. Again, this was season 2 of the Next Gen Rumble. We get a season 3. Well, you guys better be paying attention. But for now, we'll let you get on with the rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you guys next time.
Peace.
Going down to zone. It'll be a 1v1 situation to close the game, and it'll be IGN and I picking it up. 3 eliminations into game 1. Victory Royale.
zone. They just need to stay alive long enough that they're going to be able to have this give them a point where they can stand on 14, down to 4, and no more.
In this game, healing them back up and over. I like this play. Moving early, finding one of the only natural cover positions in this zone. Creep goes down, Rux goes down, Sharkman finds 2, creeps the zone, and Sharkman out of the air. There's 11 in the highest elimination game battle. Left on 30 HP, an early exit. Cakeman finds another one. Could he pick up the victory royale? Into the bush down to the final player. 7 eliminations.